Hello and good morning, Rimworlders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you can't tell by my eyes, I stayed up late again last night. You know that, I think everybody out there knows that feeling when you get addicted to, the new video games. Oh, wow. On a 65 stream streak. Aya, you've been here that long already? It's like just yesterday you came into a missed stream and watched me cursing at Atris's family for being a bunch of shitheads. Okay, so we'll start off our day as per usual by shouting out our friends who are also streamers that come in. Killer is here every day. Usually here first, except when I forget to post about it in my Discord, but, you know, sometimes we forget things. I actually wrote everything up yesterday to post about going live, which I have to automate. I am sad that I won't be able to party with you on the 21st. What is the 21st? What is the 21st? I have no idea what's going on. Party 21st. Huh. My brain doesn't work. I do apologize, everybody. I posted some pictures of what I've been doing on Dyson Sphere program, just to let everybody see how, what's been keeping me up at night. Now, last time on Rimworld on Ice, we had a very, very, very long Devourer fight. I think it took about half the stream to kill all these Devourers. We also picked up some new pawns, including one that we can hold off map because they have body mastery. So, speaking of body mastery, what do we have in here? Now, I'm not going to go crazy. 1 year of being here. Gotcha. I understand now. Let's take a look at everybody's needs. Because we just had a big fight and then called it. Oh, wow. You need to eat, Killer. Okay. We got to kind of let everybody sort themselves out. Barb could kind of go for some death rest. I think we'll wait until Humph is up for that. Even though, also looking for more blood bags to vamp up Julie. Yes, we might could do that. Julie is looking a little beat up. Well, I mean, not really beat up. She's only taken a 3% hit to her consciousness, movement, etc. Because she's got an old gunshot and a bite scar. So where is she at? Serious pain. We're up to serious pain on Julie, so not an optimal situation. Now, her mood is staying okay because her and her husband are doing quite well. 10 from my opinion, 13 from got some lovin' times 2. So that's offsetting her serious pain and the ugly environment. Now, I understand why they think it's ugly. There are a bunch of dead Devourers everywhere. That was one of the most long, drawn-out, trench warfare-style fights I've ever done. I don't even understand what happened. Barb can go and work on mining that stuff out. We need to get these outer walls up. Like, really, really badly. I think we've got a long time on our ideology rituals. Yes. And what are we going to do with Bank here? Now, their stats are trash, and they're 13 years old, but we can definitely send them out to trade stuff. The problem is that we don't have anything to trade off, really. Ooh, human leather? We could definitely trade off some human leather. Alright, Mr. Bank. It's not a lot of human leather. What else can we scrounge together to offload? I don't think I'm going to keep him off map as like a safe haven for wealth at the moment because, quite frankly, we don't have a lot of wealth. I mean, I could have him hold the advanced component off map, I suppose. But, I mean, it's 200, but we're getting to that point, you know? We've got 89,000 wealth, so we're like probably about a third of the way to raid cap. Somewhere between a quarter and a third, not quite a third of the way to raid cap. We have rice in. Speaking of which, we need Barb to wake up and deal with that. but also I might farm some nutrient paste real quick just in case we get another solar flare. You know, we want to keep them on the paste meals, but so we don't have to keep micromanaging. We don't have a cooking station, so I think Barb, whoever next goes to grab food. Yep. All right, so we're gonna draft you. We're gonna disallow the nutrient paste meal, and we're just gonna. And now you can eat. Now, let's make sure that the nutrient paste meals are allowed over here. In fact, we're just going to put nutrient paste meals on this shelf over here. We're going to do that. We're going to deselect these, and we're going to have Bank haul those. Haul that and haul that. Then we're going to disallow them on the shelf. This way they stay frozen, but we don't need the paste machine. See, this is why it's important during combat to micromanage the doors. You see how he decided that the better way to go to this shelf was to go outside and back inside, rather than go around inside the base? They take the shortest path, not the safest path. Oh, I finally started some Rimworld, just the tutorial. The single raider showed up, beeline for the cat, and they both got downed by the fight. Oh my god. Congratulations, Aya. You've, and now he picks the other way. What a freaking game. You saved the kitty. That's awesome. Like, you gotta save the kitty. Did you put the meals here? Okay. That way. Hi, buddy. My kitty is upset. I thought I had wet food, so when I went to the store to get stuff, to drink and stuff for the day, I didn't buy him any wet food. I gave him a lot of extra treats, and he's got plenty of dry food, but I had to apologize to him and be like, all right, buddy, we're doing dinner tonight, not breakfast. So I feel really, really bad. Like, honestly, when stuff like that happens, I feel like a very terrible person. So Bank was a little helpful during the fight. So, I don't know. I feel like getting him off map would be helpful, right? But at the same time, we don't have a lot to sell. We could try and have Killer make the Devourers into dread leather corsets just for profit. Just silly. Oh, thank you. But here's the thing, right? With Body Mastery, it doesn't matter. There's no real cost to us sending him. We put a parka on him, so he's not going to freeze to death. That's probably the most valuable thing we could lose. I guess since we just went through a fight, we'll start off the day by doing our gear check, which is something we do entirely too much of. 66% on a sheep wool. And we've got this. So we could theoretically use a new button down for Julie. Everything else on Killer, I think, is reasonably fresh. Barb could use a new hat. Oh, we need to get flak going. Yeah, we need to get flak going real bad. Yeah, I remember looking at all this stuff yesterday. We were pretty, or Wednesday. We were pretty good about this. Also, good morning, everybody. How the heck are you? If anybody wants to see, I think I mentioned this already, but I'm probably going to mention things multiple times. If anybody wants to see the game that's been keeping me up all night, I posted some pictures of my mining outpost in general chat in the Discord, which Nightbot has been just so kind as to post the links to the Discord up in chat, along with the links to my YouTube, where I post the VODs of all of my Rimworld and Oxygen Not Included runs, and occasionally some other stuff when I don't have my head up my ass by playing a game that I don't make content for. I'm overdue to upload more stuff and do a lot of scheduling and stuff on YouTube. I just I've just been busy playing games because sometimes you gotta prioritize enjoying your life, you know? Okay. Oh, yes, there is a big sale on automation games on Steam, including Planet Crafter and Your Current Fixation. Oh my god, so if anybody wants to play Dyson, go grab it. Doing Good was playing on the Rim and now driving across country to deliver some goods. Oh, shit. Killer, you might like Dyson. Not to try and get you into something else that you can get addicted to, but you might like Dyson. It definitely gets you going on that logistics stuff. Okay, we might want to plant a basin of cloth. We also might want to plant a basin of psychoid. Won't be able to get it. Oh, is it a internet issue or a funds issue? Like, I mean, you don't have to answer, but I'm sorry. Dye? Nah. Problem with the dye is we'd have to build the bench, and we got a couple of other things in the queue before we build that bench. Both. I gotcha. It's a good one. Because here's the thing. We can't make toques. Alright. We're going to risk doing a round of cotton. Just one basin. Just one basin. The rice seems to go pretty goddamn fast, so we're good on that front. All right. Yeah, we have bank. We have bank go out in the world. We'll grow cloth. Send caravan. We'll have them take Baitbot for the return trip with stuff. One of these days we're gonna lose Baitbot on this trip, and I'm gonna be sad. I think I'd be more sad than losing bank over here. Let's send human leather. We do need to make more high explosive shells. That's high on the priority list, probably above most other things. So, okay, we've got a good cloth toque, a good tail cap. So those are the things I made to keep in. And I think we could sell this vest. We could definitely get rid of the fox fur pants. Definitely get rid of the beat up human leather shirt. Get rid of that guy. Take the silver that we have. Getting more books. Yeah, we might snag, like, you know, it's very opportunistic playthrough, right? Okay, so that's more or less all they can bring. Now, if this was a normal pawn, I would not be sending this caravan, because it's like the amount of food they would eat would outweigh the amount of money we would get. But since they don't eat food and they don't sleep, they can literally do this all day, back and forth, all day, back and forth. We could sell any number of things on our food list, but we're not going to, because food is not... Every time I've ever sold food, even on a map that's not a freaking sea ice map, I wind up in a situation that I don't like. So we're definitely not selling food on this playthrough, unless we get to the point where we've got like 5 hydroponics basins set up and like 40 pawns, and we're just like... You know, we've got like a giant 11 by 11 freezer stocked to the gills with food. We're not going to sell any food. But yeah, I think that's all we can really take. We don't really have anything amazing. We might also buy a piece of artwork at one point, because we don't have the materials to make artwork. So yeah, let's get bank off the map. Yep. Absolutely. So that's good. Are we doing things? Are we harvesting stuff? Barb is eating dinner. That's okay. I would like you to actually, like, let's get all of this stuff harvested. Like, just all of it, Barb. Because then we can get more stuff down. So, one of the things about the way they plant that kind of frustrates me. And I understand why they do it. I mean, it's kind of realistic, right? I mean, maybe that's not why they do it, but it is kind of realistic. They harvest everything, and then they plant everything. So once there's no more stuff to harvest, then they'll sow those areas, which can be frustrating because if it takes them a long time to harvest, or you've got multiple, like, things, like, let's say you're, like right now, Barb harvests a few trays, and then she's like, oh, it's recreation time. Then she goes and recreates. Then she goes and sleep. Then she gets up and harvests the other areas. But now it's time to recreate, or there's a fight. Well, now the whole time that all that's going on, yeah, it's lost growing time. So ideally, in my world, what we would do is cut a piece of rice, plant a piece of rice, and that would just kind of keep us going. So right now, I'm going to micro her planting the rice. Oh, I told her to clean the barracks. That's not what I wanted to do. Clear. So, I think, you know what? While we're in a good situation with meat, we're also going to plant a basin of psychoid. I'm going to do that on the left side over there. But we're going to micro this. The other thing is, our other planter is Humph, and Humph is taking a nice little death rest nap over here. So that's a thing. We'll prioritize sowing the cotton after the food. We do kind of need to make Julie a vampire. I'm going to double check as soon as we're done microing some food mechanics here. And we're going to see if we can make her a vampire yet. Because you can only make a vampire once every 2 years for each vampire you have. Otherwise, biting someone will kill them. Let's get into some psychoid. Now, the thing about the psychoid is we don't have a cooking bench, so that's going to become a priority to get up. We do need some drugs in our lives. Hey, BD, how the heckaroonie are you? Welcome to the madness. We have a epic pile of Devourer blood all over the place from one of the most long, drawn-out fights I've ever played in this game ever. I've had huge endgame fights. I've had crazy close calls. I've had a lot of things happen to me in this game. But that Devourer fight, I think, might have been the longest endurance fight I've ever done because of the way we're playing. We don't have enough walls to spread them out enough. There is no stability, only death. Welcome, Tom. Hiya, how you doing? Yeah, only death. Absolutely. I believe everybody is zoned to work. Right? Yeah, and Barb's zoned to Area 1. So she can do some mining as well. So we've got our first basin of psychoid and cotton. I don't know, maybe it's a bad idea. We've only got 279 rice, but we've got about, like over a third, under a half of the basin's full of rice to still harvest in a moment, so I think we'll be okay. The nutrient paste dispenser is coming in clutch. Now, how insane would it be if we could go full transhumanist on sea ice? That's something I think would be a fun goal. I mean, we're going to super soldier up anyway. Everybody's going to be jacked up with bionics and genetics and all that good shit, right? So, can you not haul? Oh, you're forbidden. You couldn't even see the little X because of the way his little face looks with the red. Expensive but fair. It was forbidden, is what it was, turns out. So, we've desperately been trying to get up this outer wall. I mean, we've made a little progress, but I mean, I think this is like 2 streams of progress. If we continue at that rate, we're going to need until like the end of next week to finish this outer wall, and I don't even know that we can survive that long. So, we're going to see what we can do to speed things along. We need scanners. And I want to put the scanners here because of the eventual plans for the base. This is going to be a good spot. So maybe we build ourselves a little... Maybe we've prioritized building this and getting the scanners up. They'll have to step outside the door just a little bit to do it. But this is going to be designed... Here. What I'll do is I'll unzone this from work so they can't build anything I'm showing you guys, but we can still run this, right? So the idea behind this whole thing, right, is we're going to put a door there and a door there. And then this will be built like this. And then the scanner will fit here, and they can stand here. We can even be super, like, cautious and put a second door there because they can stand in a doorway. And then this part will be unroofed. So technically this will be outside, but it'll be in the center of the base. Doggo is going crazy downstairs, barking at the fan. Aw. Gotta love crazy doggos. No, don't build that. Don't build that. I thought, oh, because you're in Area 1. Yeah, my dumbass. I caught it, though. I caught it. Julie's got it. Okay. How much does a stove cost? $80 steel. We have 54. Julie is carrying 24, 25. So we don't quite have enough steel to make a stove. Yeah, we're one short. Not that we would spend our last 80 on doing that. And guys, I questioned it as I was. You should forbid some of the freezer doors again. Oh, true. Thank you. Oh, and we need to put a door, like, right here for these raids next time. Yeah, we need to do that. And we'll move the table so that it's not in the way while that's going on. Yeah, but we need that door. Where can we move the table? I might move the table, like, legitimately right here. I'd like to get another chair going. Actually, we're going to put the regular chairs near the chess table because they provide more comfort. And that way, we're more likely to do the thing. I don't think it matters what direction you... I mean, this is going to be a little in the way. Can we shift that whole situation over a bit? Yeah. Let's start here. That way we've got a little bit of a path. We're going to reinstall these here. And here. This is not going to go there. That's going to go here. You know, the other two bits can stay where they are. We're just gonna turn this guy. There we go. That'll be a nice move. Could move the storage. Yeah, could move the storage. I just want to get things out of the way of this doorway a little bit without blocking this doorway. We could put that down here, I suppose, like you're saying. We'll probably do that. Eventually, we're going to need to get a second table up and all of that. No, Barb. No, okay. We can just schedule you here because you're going out there with bad mood. Why are you in a bad mood? 8 nutrients. Slightly impressive barracks. Sunlight sensitivity, yeah. I would love to get an off-map sunblocker. Defeated mech cluster, revered bloodfeeder, uniform thoughts, slightly impressive dining room, decent death rest chamber, wearing button-down shirt, sky-high expectations is a 0. Slightly impressive, disturbed, 18. Why are you so upset? You're just angry at life, huh? I mean, we lost all the party stuff. She's not death rest deprived yet. Julie's gonna eat without a meal. You know what? I'm gonna let that happen. Where'd the table go? Alright, BD's on it. Yeah, I'm glad we put down the tea. The other thing I want to get going is beer. There's just so many ways to manage mood that we just don't have access to. In fact, since we're not sending Bank out with any crazy amount of wealth, I legitimately might just be sending him to the store to pick up a 6-pack and some joints. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm 13, so I'm technically an adult in Rimworld. I'm here to join your colony to fight against the forces of evil and maybe get off this horrible rock. I've mastered my body. I don't have to eat. I don't have to drink or sleep. I'm a valuable asset to the community. Cool. Here, take this $5. Go down the corner and get us some beer. Okay. Should I take a gun? I mean, I guess you could take that auto pistol, but make sure you keep the safety on. It's a dangerous thing. Just don't go out of milk. Yeah. I love this. This is just insane. So yeah. I saw that Dagoth, when we raided out over there yesterday, was doing multiplayer Rimworld. I might ask him if I can join them on their multiplayer madness stuff. Oh, he was streaming. He streams super early in the morning, so like when he starts, it's 4 a.m. for me, so I never get to see him in the morning. So when he's streaming, when we get off, that's why I like to raid. Well, I like to raid him because he's awesome and he's great at the game, and you guys love Rimworld, and he loves Rimworld. So you know that's goodness. But man, I would love it if I could get on at the same time and do some of that multi-action with them. I think he'd let me join. He's a good guy, and you know he let Barb join. So, I mean, Barb and me are very different people, of course, but I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Anyway, do we have anybody that could do any type of mining operation here, other than Barb, who can do literally anything in the game? We have just been rolling a nat 1 on mining ability. Soul over here has a 2 in mining. Now, I just said we're probably sending Bank down there to grab a 6-pack and some joints. We desperately need better guns. So desperately, in fact, that if we could get some steel, I would probably have Killer make an assault rifle or 2. BD carrying an auto pistol, not good. That nerve spiker on Soul does, like, come in handy here and there. But, like, it stunned the Devourers a little bit. If we had a whole suite of masterworks, because there's, you know, thinking about all the different ways you can engage with enemies, right? Now, I did the slow grind of, like, juking them between doors and taking pot shots at them till they bled out. And that's definitely a way to do it. I would recommend getting good at that strategy because it'll serve you at any stage of the game pretty much. But if you have access to resources to make whatever you want, let's say you had freaking, how many people do we have that shoot? 8. Let's say you had 8 people with excellent or better nerve spikers. We might have been able to just hold our ground in open field against the Devourers because it would just be like stun, 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 stun. Now, it doesn't do a hell of a lot of damage, so it would pay to have a backline. You know, maybe if you had like 5 to 10 people with nerve spikers and another 5 to 10 with assault rifles, you could literally just stand your ground against almost any biological threat just by like stun locking the shit out of them. But, you know, also if you've got 20 people, if they've all got excellent or better assault rifles, you can pretty much just stand your ground and mow them down for real. You don't have to do anything crazy. I want to force Barb to harvest this stuff, but I also want her to get her rest because she's kind of in a pissy mood. We have gold up here, and one of the big things we got to do once we start getting scanning, I can't believe we don't have scanning up yet. I mean, I know everybody's been telling me to get scanning up, but it's been a matter of power and then food. We brought down a lot of people, so we got to make sure to just make sure I don't get out of control. Blue mentioned was like, you know, I see you like taking on these pawns, and like I could easily see you mood spiraling, or not mood spiraling, but like spiraling into getting too many pawns. And I'm like, yeah, but we're at the point where we need the fight. Like that's how you know the game is well balanced. Is we need the firepower. Like, we get more food, that adds more wealth. That means we need more people to defend the wealth. Then we have more people, so we need more food. So we build more food, food infrastructure, which makes us more wealthy, which means we need more people to defend it. And that goes on and on and on, basically until you hit raid cap, and that's when you can start to get ahead. Now, I'm playing on losing is fun 500%, so that's not always true with every difficulty. Just here for a minute to keep the streak alive. Hope all is well. Yeah, Doppel, doing well, doing well. You know me, I don't sleep, I just game, drink coffee, and run my mouth. Those are my talents, that's what I do. How are you this fine Friday? I would say, thank God it's Friday, but I don't feel that way about the week. I don't mind my week. I love playing games and streaming. So for me, the weekend is just... And I stream on Saturdays, right? We're going to play Hollow Knight tomorrow, which I'm pretty stoked about, actually. Like, Hollow Knight has been a really fun game to play as a chill Saturday game. Maybe if we get some more walls in, we could move the beds to reduce the disturbed sleep debuffs. Yeah, no matter what you do, if you have them sleeping in a barracks, they're going to get the disturbed sleep debuffs. The only way to really mitigate that is to give them all bedrooms. I mean, depending on how long we stay in this playthrough and how ridiculous we want to get with it, maybe we can do that. But more than likely, we're going to have to just eat the -3, which is normally not a problem. If you got beer and psychoid, you're usually good. And if you have joints as a triple backup to mood, like, you're solid. The -3 debuff, like, doesn't really matter. Anytime they get any other debuffs, you know, and they dip a little bit because they've got, you know, we're dealing with, like, we're starting at a baseline of -7 because we've got -4 from the nutrient paste, and -3 is where the disturbed sleep caps out, right? So we're starting at a -7 instead of a 0 on everybody. But with our intense bigotry and Bloodfeeder Masters, God damn it, you start the door. All right, you're working on the blueprint, good, because it's going to get cold in here real fast. Please hurry up, please hurry up. Oh my God, please. Please go faster. Yeah, more skull spikes is a good idea. That's a human raider thing. I think I got rid of all the other skulls. It's still just another one of those things where it's resources. Hurry, 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 hurry. Our food is spoiling. Not really spoiling, but how? I was like, if she didn't bring all the steel that time around, like, how the hell? All right, now nobody go through that door. Let's let the temperature drop back down in here. Oh, I hope none of that food spoils. I was going to say spood foils. Dear God, my brain is fucking paced. I was up till 4 in the morning yesterday, guys. So, I mean, I'm going to talk about all the games I'm playing on and off camera. Sea Ice is a lot of us just watching and waiting. So, everybody knows I've been playing Dyson. So what got me last night, right? I've been working towards interplanetary logistics. Basically, drones that can fly through space. So you set up like a mining outpost. The drones around the planet bring it to the interplanetary, interplanetary logistics tower. And then the big drones, shipping ships, whatever, take it from that to the other planet. And I've been working on that forever because there's certain... Bad nether bonk. Thank you, Aya. I'm sure Barb would appreciate you bonking me. So I finally got that. Getting it unlocked is not the hard problem. Getting it unlocked, having the infrastructure automated for all the components for everything to scale, because as you go, things cost more and more resources and go through more and more processing chains. All of that while dealing with, last night was the highest frequency of the enemy trying to reattack the planet. So it was fun because I got to do some combat, and I'm overpowered for what they're currently sending. We're at the stage where the challenge would be taking on the full hives, but I'm definitely not there yet. But it got to 2 in the morning, and I had set up like one little bit. I needed to get titanium and copper from the second planet because I don't have titanium on my first planet, and I was running out of copper. So I was like, okay, the titanium that I had hooked up that I was manually running back and forth, let me, how are these generators doing? I was like, let me just patch that. Let me just patch that into the planet interplanetary, so that way we're at least getting some titanium on planet. But then I was like, man, I really need to do copper. If I run out of copper, my circuit boards go down, my magnetic coils go down, like everything that I need for like the stuff I actually want goes down if I run out of copper. So I was like, fuck it. There's a spot close by to my logistics tower. Let me capture this copper vein. And I think there was... Okay, right. So I captured a copper vein right next to that titanium. And then by 2 in the morning, I had captured another little cluster. It was the only cluster of silicone right next to a cluster of titanium and copper? Or copper and iron? Copper, iron, and silicone. Because I needed those basics to come back to planet. Because not that I'm not as short on iron, but damn near close. So I was like, okay. And silicone, it's like so much easier to actually drill it out than it is to make it from stone. Making it from stone is just expensive and time consuming. So I tapped that, and by the time I was done with that, it was about 2 in the morning. And I looked at the clock and I was like, I should definitely go to sleep. It's 2 in the morning. And I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, but we're finally at the point where we can have some fun as far as like I did all my chores. And in factory games, you have chores that you make for yourself. Like, if I can scale up these factories, I can get the materials I need to do the thing I want to do. If I clean up this mess, then I'll know what I'm missing so I can get my supply chains going, and I'll have all the items for research or whatever it is, right? We're gonna try and go on a 2, but I'm kind of half mic. I'm watching mood. I know I'm talking, so I could easily be going faster, but at the same time, like I said, my skills are running my mouth and playing video games, and I'd like to engage with both of those skills when I stream. So, Mr. Ben has inspired. Speaking of which, we don't have any wildlife on our map. Okay, so it's 2 in the morning. I've got basically, I grabbed myself a trickle of resources. Just like, okay, so we won't run out of copper, we won't run out of iron, we won't run out of titanium, and we can get a few... we could just kind of keep production going along. Thoughts on the death of Slim Shady? Did Slim die? Really? My buddy just went to his new album listening party. He got picked as one of the 10 people. He won a contest out here in LA and got to go listen to the new album. Oh, the album. I don't listen to it. I got a lot of respect for what that man did, the way he came up, all the things he did, but I don't listen to rap. It's just, I'm a metal guy, more or less. I mean, that's not accurate. But yeah, I never really listened to him. There is some really cool like rap and metal crossover stuff that's really dope. If I hear a rap song that I actually like, I'll get into it. But and even saying I'm a metalhead is not really accurate. Hi Emily, welcome in. Because I like a lot of different kinds of music. Some of the stuff I've been listening to lately is very like acoustic driven. Some of it is on the verge of being pop a little bit, but like it's something I can't quite put my finger on it. I like it to be a little weird. I like it to be outside of like standard time signatures. I've been a musician and a music producer most of my life. You're an acoustic guy? I like me some good acoustic music. I really like when metal bands do like if a singer-songwriter on acoustic does a song and a metal band does a cover of it. That's awesome. But it's also awesome when it goes the other way. When like a metal band just writes fucking like the most aggressive, heavy, like, but melodically heavy, like shit that like just makes you want to mosh. And then someone does like a singer-songwriter acoustic version. Oh, fave band. Oh man, it's a tough one. I'm gonna say Dog Fashion Disco. Nobody will have heard of them, I'm sure. They're not as well known as some other stuff. The reason I like them, and I guess a better way to describe my taste, is if you take cartoon soundtrack music and a distortion pedal and you put them in a blender and hit puree, whatever you pour out, that's what I'm drinking. I want it to be a little weird. I want like a little splash of circus music and Tom and Jerry in with my heavy. Like I want like a really sick heavy fucking riff, and then I want it to drop into a waltz time signature and dance around, and then I want a blast beat switching into like a bridge that's done into like some like swing jazz. Like I really like off the beaten path, like blender music. Is a kind of a good way to put it. Bands like Mr. Bungle, to a lesser extent on the extreme differences, like Primus. Damn, that's some real knowledge. What the hell? Thank you. As far as metal goes, right now my favorite band at the moment is Ginger, Jinjer. It's not a real word. When you ask the band, they're like, yeah, it's a nonsense word. We tell people that it's the sound the guitar makes, like ginger, like. And so like Tatiana, and I won't butcher her last name because it's Ukrainian and I really legitimately can't pronounce it, but she is hands down my favorite singer of all time. Like hands down. For me, it doesn't get any better than her vocal ability. She can go from the deepest, most guttural freaking brutals to the most melodic, high, like, match any fucking singer out there, like, beautiful thing. And she can do it instantly. It goes from ooh to a like that. And, like, flawlessly. And she's not trained. I mean, I'm sure at some point or another she probably dabbled in training, but she heard what she liked. Hi, Barb, welcome. She heard what she liked and decided, I'm going to do that. And one of her big influences is OTEP. And so OTEP is really good. Yeah, Yober, if you're in the Discord, there's stuff up in the music recommendations. I recommend listening to Pisces. It'll fucking melt your brain. With what she does in that. She does everything. One of their songs is a mix of like metal, melodic singing, and reggae. Like literally like full on like reggae, like jamming vibes with her just like in the zone. Like not like fighting it, but singing that style of vocal. And the entire band, they were displaced by the Ukrainian war. They're from Ukraine. And they tell a story about how when the war was going on, that like they were literally talking about eating no food. Like we just didn't eat food. Like they were like refugees of a war basically. And they talked about how they went on tour one time for like a long time. They were on tour because they didn't have a place to live. And the only way they could make money was playing shows and like trying to sell some merch and like getting a little bit of the ticket price and everything. So they legitimately stayed on tour until they could stabilize enough to like get back established because they had nowhere to go. They were completely like displaced from their homes and like completely like dirt poor and like just survived on music. So their story is amazing and she is the best vocalist I've ever heard. I mean, don't take that as a challenge. Like there are a lot of good vocalists. I'm speaking, I don't know the word for it, like, but for me, she is just top tier. And the rest of the band, because she does her thing, and immediately you cue in on her, and you're like, holy fuck, she's good. But the band is just as good. The guitar, the bass player, he does all these cool, like, two-handed tapping melodies and then like gets into the sludgy stuff too. The guitar player does these like very floaty like picking stuff. We're talking about Tatiana. We're talking about yes, we are, Barb. She is my idol. Like I look up to that woman. She has done something on a level that very few people in all of the world can perform and engage with art on the level that she can. Like, it's dedication, it's passion, it's everything. Like, just she totally blows me away with what she does. It's fantastic. So that's me gushing about Ginger. The other thing that I've been into, and I posted this up there, there's a guy called Marcin, and he is, I'm going to say, equally as talented on, like, the acoustic guitar flamenco classical style. That dude shreds. Like, he does all the, like, thumb tapping and finger tapping while he's doing it. So you hear all of the rhythmic stuff and all of the melodic stuff, and he'll just be, like, cranking away on it. Hey, Blue! And, like, he has this video, and he's done it a few times, where he's playing on the guitar doing this thing, and while keeping it going, twists the tuning peg and down tunes to a different tuning in the middle of playing. His fingers have the same talent as Tatiana's vocal here. Here to lurk as I do my own thing. Absolutely, absolutely. We're just kind of talking music and bullshitting a little bit while we let our colonists kind of ride out the storm here. I really do need to let Barb go and mine that stuff. All right, we're going to give it a chance. Every time I seem to put her on Area 1 so she goes to mine, we wind up in a situation where she gets pissy about things. So we're going to try. We're going to try here. Because I want that plasteel pretty bad. If anybody else had any talent at mining, I would do some, like, accessory swapping, give Julie's backpack to them, let them go up there and do their thing. But literally just nobody else has any level in mining. And she's not great at it. She's a level 6 with no passion, so... I'm on my way to the bus station, but I'm here. Okay. Sounds good. I'm here too, doing things. So yeah. So to keep the discussion going, so that's my favorite metal band. That's my current favorite acoustic player. You said you were into acoustic, Burr, so I would definitely recommend checking him out. If you're on the Discord and you can't find the post, I think I posted a short of his in general. Just send me a message or at me, and I'll send over the link. So English is my second language still. I only hear English literally. Nowadays, I'm trying to actually see through the game and stuff, so that was very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. I try to be interesting. Being interesting is a good thing, I think. Yeah, and if you ever have any questions or need clarification on anything, don't be afraid to ask. We've got a very diverse community here. Barb's from Brazil. We got people over in the UK. We got people from Hungary. We've got a lot of people from a lot of places all over the world. So you're all good here. Asia. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so we can't afford Berserk Pulse. That is sad. I forgot they had Berserk Pulse. This is one of the best skills in the game. It's just a level 6, and we're not even remotely on the path yet. Death Rest capacity serums are always good. We can't afford it, and we don't have the infrastructure to build them a proper Death Rest casket anyway. We had sold them some scraps of Thrumbo Fur. We're not going to buy that back, obviously. Medicine could be a good thing to pick up. Materials is just number 1 across the board, though. India? Oh, cool, cool. We've got like 40 components, 2 advanced that we're doing nothing with. I think we might have to do steel. Like, I'm torn right now, guys, because uranium and plasteel, like, uranium is almost $10 a pop. But, that's $50 for a wall. Right? It's almost worth it to get uranium or plasteel for walls. On the bus? Hell yeah. The thing is, we need guns, too. Yeah, walls and guns are top of the list. So do we buy steel to make a gun? So I went to a chiropractor earlier today. Oh, I'm jealous over here. All right, we've got plasteel on map. I think we got about 9 tiles times about 30 plasteel a piece, give or take. I think if we can get Barb to mine out that plasteel node, I think we can have enough to finish out our walls. We don't have enough steel to make guns, though. Our food is okay. And then I think there's also beer and insanity lance down here. We could afford the insanity lance, but not much else. Your whole body hurts? That's how I feel about my thighs since I added the do a squat redemption. I legitimately can't stand that redemption. I think I look dumb and fat when I do them, and my legs hurt. But it's a good redemption for my health. All right, we can't really get a lot of steel. Damn, we can get 80 steel and still come home with $857. Do a squat and hydrate. I love you guys. Oh, fuck a duck. That's what I forgot. I forgot to get water, so no sugar lemonade will have to do for today. I'm sorry, guys. I like the no sugar version. I'm a big fan of sweets, but... All right, let's do this. My thighs hurt. Oh. Remember earlier in the week when I was like, yeah, I should have made it like 2 or 3 or even 5 per redemption? Yeah, I would have made to have to make that like 10,000 points, because just letting you guys redeem them one at a time, my body, like my thighs are burning still. I gotta stop eating so much goddamn food. Okay. There is good stuff here. I think we might just like, yeah, we just keep him running back and forth. We take the 80 steel, we bring him back, and then we just send him back out again with the money and whatever else we have when he gets there. Banana shirt, yes, this is my Ween shirt. Ween is a very weird band. Every album and song is completely different from every other album and song. One of my favorite songs has a very island feel. It's like a steel drum based song, and it's called Bananas and Blow. Starting at 1 was a good idea. Oh, I once suggested getting a horse to haul some more back, then eat it. They don't have a horse. It's a possibility when we have the money to do it. And it might be a good idea depending on the price of the horse, but we've got a guy who doesn't sleep or eat, so 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. We do have that hauler bot with him, so we're not at the bottom of the barrel. Barb. Yeah, her mood is going to be dog shit for a while. We need to get that psychoid grown, and we need... So this steel, I want to make it into a gun, but I also kind of want to make it into a cooking station so we can make psychoid when it grows in. If we have psychoid, but we don't use it, what's the point, right? Okay, so that's 30 plasteel. Do we have any other plasteel over here? 3. Have fun and don't die. Why does everybody keep telling me that? Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 plasteel. We're just going to do this one segment at a time. Every wall we have, even though it's kind of an awkward shape, provides us an opportunity because it's another thing that our enemies might aggro to. It's Fallout 3 meme. Oh, okay. I actually lack the basic knowledge about the boundaries between the music types, like difference between the begging and the stairway to heaven and Imagine Dragons. Oh, okay. I think the more we go on, the more the boundaries between the different styles is blurred, which I like a lot. As I mentioned earlier, I do like listening to music that has a lot of variety in it. So I'm going to reinstall this bookshelf. You can go over here. So I don't think there's any music currently... I mean, there is. That's like an overstatement. I think a lot of music, because the internet has connected the world so much, the world is becoming a smaller place in the regard that everyone is exposed to a lot of different cultures. a lot of different music, a lot of different stuff. So it's all influencing each other. Before the world was connected like it is, there were little pockets, you know, like there was music here, and like every once in a while an outsider would come to town, or one of them would visit somewhere else and bring back a little piece of some other culture and start like having a minor influence, and then they'd just grow that little pocket, you know, and take that influence, and it would turn into something very different but inspired by. Now, with the access to everything around the world, you can get up and immediately be like, oh, I want to listen to classical Chinese music. Then I want to listen to some down south, like, you know, like rockabilly. Then I want to listen to some like modern classical music. Then I want to listen to some death metal from the Midwest. Like, you can literally listen to anything at any time, anywhere, and it's all in your pocket, on your computer, all that stuff. So there's a lot of variety out there. That's one of the reasons I wanted to put up that music recommendation section. All right, so we need to try and get a little bit of wealth. So I'm going to unsuspend this, and I'm going to start chopping up these devourers one at a time, and having Killer turning them into corsets. That way, by the time Bank over here gets home, we might have a couple of corsets for them to grab. Then there is my taste in music. Weird Al. Weird Al's good. Weird Al, Psycho Stick, the joke bands, the bands that do parodies are very cool. Very cool indeed. You know what? I'm going to set Barb at a lower priority on cooking, because we can let Victoria butcher things. Same thing with Soul. Soul can help butcher. Yeah, Victoria's going to end up being our new cook anyway. In fact, let's not have Barb cook at all. Soul and Victoria can do the choppy. Humph is up. And Barb does need to go down for death rest. How is her... You know what? Now is as good a time as any. Actually, let's let her... Humph will start. Humph will get it done. Let's put Barb down for death rest. Actually, hang on. Before you go down for death rest, and I know this is a risky endeavor because I'll forget, but she has a shock lance. So we're going to have her drop the shock lance, and we're going to put that on somebody else, because that way we don't lose access to our shock lance if something happens while Barb is down for death rest. Good morning, Humph. Jumps up and immediately starts doing stuff. Who still needs a name? Soul needs a name, and Victoria needs a name. Victoria is a quick-sleeping psychopath who's better at cooking than anything else. Better at cooking and being smart. Decent crafter, has a passion for shooting but isn't good at it yet. 26 years old. Soul is an undergrounder, shooting, cooking person. We could theoretically turn them into another shooting specialist. I think we've got 3 shooting specialists already, though, so... unless the need arises, we'll probably do a squat, hydrate. Johnny Tucson! What's up, my dude? Alright, doing another squat, and then we'll do the hydrate. So, oh boy. Oh. It's the only way I'll exercise, is if I make myself responsible to chat. As I said just a few moments ago, I forgot to buy water, so my no-sugar lemonade will have to do for the day. Cheers. I'll make sure to chug a big glass of water after stream when I go to the store. I definitely got to, like, I usually go to the store in the morning and in the evening just as like a way to get out of the house and also grab the things I need, but I got to go and get cat food later anyway, so I'll buy a big any exercise is good exercise. I didn't get a chance to check out that game you mentioned, but funny enough, as soon as I opened up Steam after I answered you, it was like, bam, new game, you might like this. It's like, looks like the algorithm and John agree that I might like this game, so I'll check it out after stream and stuff. I let Dyson Sphere Program get its hooks into me lately, so redeemed name a colonist for whoever wants it. Thank you, Aya. What the game? What is it? I forget what the one you mentioned, or Dyson. Oh wait, I put Barb down to death rest. Let's get Ben building the wall. Both nice. Yeah, Dyson. I had the same problem getting into Dyson that I've had getting into Factorio, and that's that you have to move a little character around. It's still early access, but they recently did a combat update, so now there's enemies, and you can build like space fleets and like planetary defense systems. Yeah, I binge watched all of all of Kibit's Dyson's playthroughs. He's got 2 full playthroughs and then a few other fun videos on it. So Francis started doing a playthrough, and I think he only did 1 or 2 episodes. Take it for last? Hell yeah. Which pawn? Sol or Victoria? Never mind. Okay. Sorry. So I watched Kibitz play it. Yeah, that dude is a beast when it comes to yeah, he absolutely is. And I definitely learned a lot watching him. I wouldn't be doing nearly as well as I am in my playthrough. Not that I'm doing well, but I'm doing, I think, decent for my first time playing through. The only reason I'm doing even remotely well is watching him. Francis started a playthrough, and I was like, man, I've always wanted to play this. Like, I've been wanting to play that game forever. Like, forever. But I could never get over moving the little guy around. Like, I always felt like it was a little clunky. Same thing with Factorio, right? Yes. They just, Aya just redeemed a point redemption, so we could do Mila. You want Victoria, who's a quick sleeping psychopath, or Sol, who's an undergrounder, to be renamed Amelia, or Amelia. Why do I feel like Emily's going to be a quick sleeping psychopath? But yeah, after I saw Francis do it, I was like, I really love the logistics. Maybe I should force myself through the early game, just so I get a chance to like see if I like the actual like meat of the game. Nice. Oh, you don't have to redeem it. I redeemed it for someone, so I'll go over to the queue and refund Emily's points, and we'll just because Aya wanted to do something nice, so we'll do that. Meanwhile, I'll also complete all. And do you want it named Amelia or Melia? Because there was a space between the A and the Melia part. I'm guessing that's Mila. Okay, so this is Mila now. Our quick sleeping psychopath is Mila. And so, yeah, the story goes that after I saw Francis starting a playthrough, he got sucked into Inscription, like did 1 episode of Dyson, then was like, yeah, I think I could play Inscription in between Dyson, because Inscription's not like a super like in-depth game. It's something I could just play a little bit of. And he's like, yep, I got addicted, have to play it through. And he just binged Inscription. And now he's going to be getting back to Dyson now that he finished his playthrough of Inscription. But he played that 1 episode or 2 episodes, and I was like, I want to watch more. I was really hoping to watch him and see if I really liked it. Right? I didn't understand how in-depth Inscription was until Barb showed me a video about all of the like metagaming and real-world stuff that's woven into it. It's crazy game. The first time I saw it was when Squiddy was playing it. But yeah, once I saw a little of Dyson, I was like, I gotta watch more. And so of course you're watching a Dyson video by one creator, it starts showing you Dyson videos by other creators you've watched. And I've watched a lot of Kibit's Satisfactory stuff too. So, and then City Skylines. I binged his like entire City Skylines 2 playlist not that long ago. And so it's like, hey, Kibit's playing Dyson Sphere Program. I'm like, well, Kibit's is the factory guy. Like, logistics is his fucking jam. Let me get a look at this nonsense. And so... Trade? Anything good? Hang on. think these cause a haunting mask worn by those who worship the void. Beauty -5. Muffalo parka? Ooh. We don't have enough. We don't have enough for the Muffalo parka, unfortunately. I'm looking at the ceremonial hoods and bioferret masks because they offer a pretty decent amount of sharp protection. 56% sharp protection. And bullets count as sharp. That's why sharp is the most common thing to look at. You speak other languages, Emily? I didn't know that. 120% heat, 18 cold, 56% sharp. Typed in the wrong chat windows. No stress at all. I mean, we don't do non-English chat in here, but you know that, and I'd trust that was nothing bad. I'm not gonna worry about it. Because yeah, you know, things and stuff, and you've been around a while, and I know you're chaotic, but chaotic good. Okay, now I think the ritual masks and the ceremonial hoods cause some problems with mood, but I'm not seeing what it is. I kind of want to get them now. We can afford them. Okay, so Devil Strand ceremonial hood. Right? Now, the bioferret mask has 38, which is nowhere near the 56. I mean, it lowers beauty, but do I care about beauty as much as I care about keeping our people from getting shot in the head? It doesn't have a lot of cold insulation, but we're getting a lot of insulation from our clothing that made out of, like, muffalo and all that stuff, so I am very tempted to grab these. I mean, they're not expensive, so we could grab them. They've also got a cloth face mask, which could go on somebody else. These are not, like, god-tier items, but we need every little incremental increase in, for our people that we can get. I'm also tempted to grab their pemmican. Oh, that's way too much pemmican. I mean, this alone kind of almost puts us there on weight. German's your primary language. Ich bin Ausländer und spreche nicht gut Deutsch. The only thing I remember from German classes is I'm not from here, and I don't know how to speak your language. I figure if anything is going to reasonably ingratiate yourself into another culture, it's the admission that you're a dumb American who can't speak the language. Oh, man. I think I like this. Pemmican is a nice handy thing to have around. The bioferret masks and the cloth face mask are going to add just a little bit more defense to our abilities. That offloads the rest of our silver, which is not, you know, we would love to go back and get more stuff. There's a whole list of things down there that I'd like to pick up, but I think we take the opportunity where we can take it. I will accept that trade. Thank you. Let's move on. I'm always worried I'm accidentally going to click attack on those screens. Similarly, I can say I don't speak French in French. Yeah. I think it's always good to be able to say, hey, I'm not from here. I wish I knew more of the language, but I don't. But I'm fluent in Google Translate, so hit me. I would really love to finish thickening up these walls. It could have been a better idea to finish doing the single walls first. Gina parle pas français. Ooh. Alright, Killer is making a corset. How much thread leather did we get from one? Enough for a corset plus 16 extra. Corsets are 45. So for every 3 devourers we chop up, we can make 4 corsets. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we can make like... We can make a good handful of corsets. No habla español. Yeah, I think a lot of people know the no habla. I think you might have missed a lay or a la in the French. Lela. Lilu Dallas. Multipass. Multipass. Let's try to get a little bit of speed on this while simultaneously not losing. That would be wonderful. All right, he's almost done with that corset, so let's get him another creature butchered up. Mila's on it. Choppy, choppy. BD... Wait. Did you put on... You gotta watch these people. I thought they were putting on the dread leather corset. Did somebody put on the dread leather corset? You did. Get that off. Is there a way to stop them from wearing dread leather corsets? Like, can you limit by material? I don't think you can limit by material. Usually corsets are a good one because you don't usually have people wearing corsets. I learned French in school for some years and I was glad when I no longer had to. There's basically nothing left. Joy of being Canadian required French until grade 10. Back to the rim. All right, we're going to have to micromanage. You know what? Do we have top hats? Can we make top hats? We can. So I'm going to let Killer finish this corset. And we're going to start making top hats instead of corsets. I don't want people accidentally putting on dread leather corsets, and we're not letting them wear top hats. Yeah, we're not wearing the top hats. We need something to sell that our people won't also accidentally put on, because wearing dread leather is a massive mood debuff. Unless you're inhuman, I think. I think if you do the inhumanization meme, they don't care about wearing dread leather, but they will care about wearing dread leather in any other case. So we're going to make top hats instead of corsets because they're worth reasonably close to the same amount. Like if we go in here real quick and we check that, if we look at a top hat, I mean, I'm making assumptions now just from stuff I remember hearing. Information on a top hat. $97 market value. On a corset, $111 market value. So not the same value, but 50. Yeah, it's not as wealth efficient because they sell for a little less and they cost 5 more materials. But I think my sanity is worth a little bit of a loss. Is then the mandatory second language in Canada school. It's officially language for the country. Hell yeah. I love learning. You guys help me learn. I did say I wanted to get a door up here. There is so many things we need to do. So many things, so little time. And this is just, you just don't want to plant things, huh? finish the job, then go to sleep. It's not like we're working a 9 to 5 here, Humph. This is do the job or we die of starvation. I mean, not really. We're kind of past dying of starvation. I honestly think we're at the stage in the game now where the raids and major threats are the threat. Early game, the raids and major threats, we kept our wealth low enough that they weren't as big a problem. But now we're getting to that point where it was like we were worried more about getting enough food than we were about defending against threats. Like, the threats scale, so it was like, okay, we're keeping wealth low. Now we've gotten up to almost a full hydroponics setup. We're like, what, 3 basins away from a full hydroponics setup? I mean, you can actually do more technically now. Ever since 1.5, the lamp technically reaches a little further. But it's an awkward configuration, right? Like, technically speaking, these 3 tiles get enough light to grow in. Same thing here. Those 3 tiles, you know, all around the mulberry bush here. So that's these, yeah. So you can technically get another 12 basin points, but you'd have to waste an entire basin. I think what I would do if I really wanted to do that, what I would do... Shit, you can't change individual places on the basin. That sucks. Because if you could change individual pieces of the basin, like if you could grow one thing in one spot... 4? What do you mean, Blue? This is the spot that you can grow 4 in. Like, if you go like this is the traditional radius. But ever since 1.5, the radius has been extended out to here. And I believe here, and then you know, repeat along the side. The radius is bigger, but you can't get full efficiency off of every one. 3 more. Right. Sorry, I was already counting the one that was blueprinted down. Right, this is not built. So, if we... So if we were to lay out our future plans... I'm going to reinstall this, like, in here, maybe? Yeah, why not do that? And then one up there. Yeah, we'll lay out our future plans. Why not? Are they not replanting because it's not growing zone? No, they're not replanting because... So, we have everybody on a biphasic schedule. So, they work for 5 hours, recreate for 2, and sleep for 4. And then they repeat that. We're doing this because it's I learned it from watching Adam versus Everything, like quite a bit of the stuff I show you guys. I learned most of what I know from Adam, and then a lot from Francis as well. Adam plays no pause, so I learned like the overarching gameplay from Adam, but Francis plays pause and exploit style. So because I don't play no pause, I filled in the finer nuances of the way I like to play from Francis, but then I still kind of play my own style. That's like when I like the combat, the door juggle stuff, that's kind of like pieces of Adam and pieces of Francis. We all kind of like, you know, have our own little vibe and flavor whenever we learn from other people. You never wind up being an exact copy of someone, even if you're like massively inspired by them. What was I saying? So basically, like when their schedule says, "Hey, it's time for you to take a nap or go recreate," they're going to prioritize doing that. It's a threshold level, but basically, with the way that biphasic schedule works, you maximize mood, but you lose some productivity. You can make some of that productivity back by inspirations. If someone is like gets a go frenzy, they get so much work done in the 5 hours they're working that it overshadows the fact that they're splitting stuff up. And also, since we're in a small space, it doesn't matter as much. You're technically going to give them 8 hours of sleep on a normal schedule anyway. So the big thing that you lose efficiency on a normal map, the number of times I've said normal map or normal playthrough is just mind-boggling at this point. But what loses you a lot of efficiency is walking. So like if your base is here, and you've got like animals here, and you've got your crops out here, they have to wake up and walk over here to do the planting and then walk home. So doing biphasic really eliminates a lot of productivity, you know, for the sake of mood, but you keep the mood going. But since we are literally sleeping next to the stuff we're planting, we're not losing as much because we're going like super small base status over here. So there are advantages and disadvantages. You can also split this up into 3 and do like 3 hours of sleep staggered out evenly. And if you just put all recreation in between those 3 hours of sleep, it's like your mood will stay as pinned as it can. Like they're not going to have any mood debuffs from not sleeping or not eating or not recreating if you do a triphasic schedule, right? But you'll also never get work done. You'll often see me going into end game, switching almost everybody over to triphasic, because once we've established that we've got everything we need for end game, we're way past raid cap, so we can stockpile food. You know, I could just start having our cooks way overcook and just jam pack the fridge full of all sorts of stuff. And when we do that, we go into end game not having to do as much work. We don't have to scan because we've got materials. We don't have to research because the research is done. We don't have to plant and harvest because we've got food stockpiled for the entire end game. So at that point, you switch everybody over to a schedule that really maximizes mood so that when raids happen, you're all rested up and ready to go. Because you're not going to have a lot of time in between raids at end game. So that's the rationale right there. Now, before they even do anything, and then over here, let's butcher another creature so we can start making top hats out of it. All right, we are like rice positive at the moment. So, would giving the vamps a nocturnal schedule help offset the sun sensitivity? To a certain extent, yeah. I mean, obviously, yes, working with having them at night, but it's then you got to trade off. You can't do a biphasic schedule, so do you trade off the biphasic schedule to have them work at night? And then no matter what you do, even if you put 8 hours in the middle of the day, they're going to have some time where they're out in the light, and the sun sensitivity... How do you have cabin fever and hate light, and you're scheduled to work, so you can totally go out. Pawns. Sky God didn't tell me to do something, so I hate my life, and even though I have the option to make my life less hated, I'm not gonna, because I wasn't expressly told. I wondered if that might be worth temporarily for barb mining. I think, you know, you might be right on that. Can we do the vampire shuffle on Barb? So the recreation fully satisfied buff is a +10. Vampire Shuffle sounds like a sick dance move. Absolutely. So, the sun sensitivity is a -6. The recreation fully satisfied is a +10. So, as long as Barb is getting enough time in recreating, it's better to have her on biphasic. Hi, Julie. Let's do a shout out for Julie. The namesake of our badass shooting specialist over here, Julie Pixels. Julie doesn't play Rimworld, but she plays Oxygen Not Included. She's getting down with the new Frosty Planet DLC, just like we are. We started a new colony yesterday, got up to 4 duplicants. But guys, definitely go check out Julie. Wonderful, wonderful person. Cat mom, Ani player, just good person. Beat me to it. Dang you. Thank you, Barb. Thank you so much. It's really great to have people who are down to help. All right, those are the eventual expansion plans from for the hydroponics. But at the moment, we're like very rice positive. So that's why I'm doing this. I would love to get ourselves a keg so that we could start making some beer. We've got a little bit of cloth coming in, so yeah, we're trying to get we're trying to eke out every last little piece of mood that we can, right? Or a piece of make that out of cloth. Basically, every last piece, like we're like scrapping for like 1%, 2% here and there, both with now with cold, we've gotten a lot of Thrombo First stuff going. Eventually it's going to start deteriorating, but with any luck, we'll have a few more wander onto the map sometime soon. But at the moment, one of the big things is we don't have a lot of head protection. The cats who run the Julie Pixels channel have a nice human. They do, very nice. There are 2 things that make me competitive with Nether. The hearts and the shoutouts. Yes. Those are good competitions to have. Okay, so I guess we'll hurry this along just a little bit. Killer is working on a top hat gradually. Bank is on their way back. Shootouts? Not shootouts. I really love going in and out of this goddamn door. Is Killer going to work? Yes, so let's do one more. And let's go to... Alright, so I'm going to leave this as any meat. But this one over here, I'm going to put on Twisted. Copy settings. Paste settings. Because I'd prefer the ghoul to eat Twisted, but we'll give him access to the other shelf a little bit too. You know, just for in cases. After this next round of rice, we might actually do a little bit more cloth. I think doing some cloth is going to be helpful. Not super helpful, but everybody could benefit from having a face mask on. You know, unlike the real world, it's not about stopping contamination of diseases, but it does provide like just that tiny eke more of protection. Maybe like 1% extra sharp protection, but that 1 extra percent can mean the difference between upon getting headshot and upon getting brain damage. Which, the brain damage isn't good, but maybe you end up with a savant. I'm loving this body mastery pawn. We'll be able to get at least one more made after this. God, we need so many little things. Like, we don't have a stonecutter bench anymore. We don't have a stove to brew tea or cook food. I would like to get a few fine meals made. We have 3. The whole reason we were able to get through that Devourer battle on Wednesday was because we had fine meals. People would start to get a little antsy about, not eating, not sleeping, whatever. And I think, like, over the course of the battle, like 3 or 4 times, we were like, oh, your mood is getting bad and we can't let you sleep. So let's get you a fine meal. You'll be a little pissy about being exhausted, but we'll offset that by having you eat good food. So all in all, I think it's a good idea to have fine meals around. The main reason we have them is that there were a few times we went out on trades and had to buy fine meals for the trip home. Obviously we didn't have to because they got all the way back, but it was like, well, let's make sure we have some food for our person coming back, and all they have available is fine meals. I think a couple of times we just let it do whatever it did, but a couple of times we microed it and like watched their food. So we wound up with a handful of fine meals. Plus there were some that were dropped on the map by drop pods at one point. So all in all, they've been coming in very handy. So I think, we've got some simple meals too, and that could mitigate the negative effects of paste. Like, if we don't have fine meals, when they get hungry, we could at least feed them simple meals to avoid a -4 debuff. So that's good, but, avoiding a -4 versus getting a positive moodlet from the fine meals, very different thing. And we're at the point where I think we could afford to stockpile a stack of them or so, maybe 2 stacks. Let's look at our rice. We're up to 1 ghoul. 282 rice. So we're sitting stable at about 300 rice or so. And I think we're gradually kind of upticking on the rice. Meanwhile, we've got plenty of meat still chilling. We've got 1,000 human meat, which we're cannibals, so that's fine. We've still got some mushrooms, although I think it might be time to... Yeah, let's get the mushrooms sorted. Now, unfortunately... And we might switch one of these basins over to berries like Blue suggested. How much do we need? We need 3.5 nutrition. So that's why the fungus isn't doing the trick. So 3.5 nutrition. Let me do... Can we make this do exactly what we want it to do is what I want to do. Like, let's say we forbid all of the human meat except the small pile, right? And then we go in here and we add human meat to the list. So now mushrooms and human meat are on that list. And who else is a crafter? Killer Mr. Ben. So Ben, does that... Okay, so they should grab the mushrooms and the human meat, the small pile of human meat, because all the other human meat is forbidden. I'm trying to get them to use the mushrooms in combination with the meat, rather than waste the meat. We want those mushrooms sorted. You guys just love going out here. This is like their friggin' backyard. Okay, so he grabs the mushrooms and 28 human meat. That's like goddamn perfect right there is what I gotta say. Did I set that to forever? I did, so we're gonna tap that to a 1. And we're gonna go like that. So yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to happen. Because we would like to get these chem fuel generators doing their thing. Like, I don't know what their where they go in and do it. In Ani, you can say, hey, when this thing gets down to half, go refuel, or not exactly, but like, there's a lot more like specificity in that game for tasks such as refueling generators and such. Just fell down a rabbit hole of searching ideal hydroponic setups. Oh God, yeah. Welcome to the Rim. That's definitely a thing I think we all do at one point or another. Extremely efficient organic setups are very difficult now that the light has changed. So there's one that's basically this version, but you see where this this support is? What I like to do usually, unless I fuck it up like I did, is shift this plot over one. So instead of the support being here, the support is on that tile. And then you do the same thing going around. So that gets shifted up. And then instead of having all of these horizontal, it like alternates. So these would be vertical this way. And we would shift the one that's here up to here. And then a support would go here. So you'd wind up with a support here, then a support here, and then a support here, and then a support here. And so you wind up with this spirally pattern to it. And I like that one better because the supports are closer to the center, which usually does a lot more for keeping the movement paths for everybody in a better situation. I don't know the words I'm trying to use here. It's easier to path when you don't have to get past a pillar. So but again, we're working with very limited space, so we do what we have to do. Rolling with the punches as they go. Funny thing is, we were at 89,000, and we're at 83,000. So even with chopping these things up and making top hats, the fact that bank is off map, we're a lot lower wealth than we were. So, like I said, I'm trying real hard to just kind of get ourselves enough wealth together that when he comes back, he can go back out again. We've got a few top hats, and we've got... Wait, what is this? Cloth toque, good. Barb is not awake yet. She takes forever to mine. It's going to be a while on our ideology rituals. Speaking of which, let's get a look. 6 of 20. So we've got at least 2 rounds of rituals, maybe 3 rounds of rituals. This number goes up by 2 until it hits 20. It caps out at 20. So from now on, every time we want to reform our ideology, we need to get to 20 reform points, and then we'll be able to change. The rituals that we do get you between 1 and 2 points. So if you have a perfect ritual situation, you could get as many as 12 points. Rarely you're going to get a perfect, like all 6 of them top tier. So even if you did, that'd be 12. That would bring us up to 18. There are other places to get ideology points. If you have a good public execution, that'll get you 1. I don't think that can get you 2, but it might be able to get you 2. That also goes on a cooldown, just like the festivals. Another place to get them is every time you convert someone to your ideology, you get the point. So one of the things I always do is, even if we're just using prisoners as blood bags, I will have my people convert them to our ideology to get the point, but also while they're converting, that counts as social interaction, so it trains up the social of your social pawn. So between the training you get from social and the point you get from ideology, as long as that pawn isn't needed, like essential infrastructure needed elsewhere, it's usually a good idea to do that. Yeah, I don't know if I finished my my Dyson Sphere story because I went off on a whole bunch of tangents and replied to chat, which is exactly what we're here to do. There is no need to have a linear train of thought here. We're all about just having a good time and flowing with it. So, like I said, saw Francis, decided to binge Kibitz, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to force myself through the early game. I'm going to make myself get past the slow-moving robot. And now I've got all these upgrades for him. The murderous polar bears. 19 man-hunting polar bears. We might accept this. I mean, we already have a telescope. How many low shield packs do we have? Well, we wouldn't even shoot them. We would just lock the doors and hang out inside. Okay, so we've got a low shield there. Turret pack there. Low shield there. Shock lance there. Shock lance. Shock lance. I wouldn't mind having another low shield. These things are not like uncommon. You do come across them. We were able to make 2 from that mech cluster. We burned 1 and made 2, but they are so handy that if you can get your hands on 3 or 4 of them, so you're not like, if you only have 1, it's very stressful because you're like, fuck. It's kind of like a get out of jail free card. Raiding with a party of 177 freaking people. Smurf, how the heck are you? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream Monday through Saturday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time. We do Rimworld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Tuesday, Thursdays, we do Oxygen Not Included. And Saturdays, we do kind of pick a game. We've been doing Hollow Knight lately. We'll do some Satisfactory another time. Hello, fellow incredibly good-looking Netherclad fans. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Snuffle, I like that name. But yeah, we've been going on our Sea Ice playthrough for a while. We're doing 500%. Losing is fun. Randy random. No traps, no killbox, no mods, and we've got way too much time invested in this already. Real life time of 3 days, 2 hours, and 24 minutes. Last stream, we picked up a bunch of new pawns. We picked up Soul here, Mila. I think BD's been with us a little bit longer. We grabbed this guy. This was a creep join, body mastery pawn. So we've just been keeping them on the road. It's been great. So anyway, yeah, I think I've got somewhere around 1,800 hours in this game. And when I first heard people telling me about Rimworld, you know, I'll go through all the stories for everybody coming in. Thank you so much for the raid, Smurf, and welcome in everybody. When I first heard of Rimworld, I had a bunch of friends, Johnny Tucson over here included, being like, hey, you'd really like this Rimworld game. It's right up your alley. You got to check it out. Linus and a few other people, too, were like, you got to check out Rimworld. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Doesn't look like something I'd really like. Frosty was on cooldown? Shit. Well, we'll use the default one. Got to get my bots in line. So, Mortal Smurf. Guys, if you haven't checked out Smurf and followed, just go over there and do that right now. Amazing Rimworld player, person, all that. We raided over to Smurf a little while back and super happy we did. It's been really fun getting to see everybody like Smurf and like all the other people we've met doing streams. It's just been wonderful. There's so many great people in the community. It's amazing how a game that you wind up mostly committing war crimes in has such a wonderful community surrounding it. Everybody's so nice and supportive, helps each other out. So it's crazy in the best kind of way, but yeah, definitely go follow up Smurf. And so continuing the story as it goes, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like it. It doesn't look good. I don't think I'm gonna like it. And then one day I saw some the Ambiguous Amphibian Sea Ice playthrough. And I had watched a bunch of AA's other stuff, and I was like, well, you know, I'm hard up for something to watch right now. Let me check out this Rimworld game. And because he spent so much time on the storytelling and like really focusing in on the like one pawn style playthrough, I was like, oh, I get it now. And that's when I decided to actually get into it. And it took me a long time to get anywhere decent enough to even attempt Sea Ice. This is my first attempt on Sea Ice. Well, first playthrough attempt. We had one failed attempt that we lasted like an hour, and then we died. And then, what do we got? Ship. They might buy some of our random garbage. We do have some top hats and corsets we could offload. I think Humph has our better social. Do you have delicious goodies for me? Well, exotic goods, I'm pretty sure will actually buy... Nope, they won't buy the stuff we need. Ah, it's too bad. And we don't have cash on hand. I would love to pick up some of this stuff. I think we're going to have to grab that polar bear quest as soon as our mule character gets back. Yeah, nothing worth going too crazy over. Our mule is almost back with some goodies. How are we doing on this top app? Okay, good. So, got into it, fully got addicted, like legitimately just couldn't stop playing, kept me up all night. When I find a game I like, I tend to get really addicted to it. Sleep becomes something that I just throw in the gutter. Just like, foop, into the dumpster with you, sleep. We don't need to sleep. We need to play Rimworld. Right now, my current off-camera addiction is Dyson Sphere Program. If I wasn't doing on-stream stuff where it's like, these are stream-only playthroughs. We're doing everything that's happened in this world has been on stream. All of the VODs are being uploaded to the YouTube. So I don't play this world off stream. And I also do Oxygen Not Included. So basically I have my on-camera games and my off-camera games. And right now Dyson Sphere Program has been keeping me up all night. But when I first got Rimworld, literally every night for like a couple of months, I was up till 5 a.m. just getting by on no sleep. For a game I was like, I don't think I'm going to like it. It legitimately got its hooks into me so deep that it was just insane. So, yeah, that's where we're at. And after many, many times, I never thought I'd do challenges either. When I got into the game, I was like, I like building games. I started off streaming many years ago doing Minecraft exclusively. In fact, I'll take a brief moment for any of the crossover to show my 2-year-long Nether Hub build in Minecraft. I literally spent 2 years building a massive mega hub in my single player world so that I could get anywhere I wanted in the Nether and have it look good and get there with ease. Why are you upset? Body mastery, but you need recreation. Fair enough. So I really got into the building aspect of the game for a while. My first base was an absolute shit show. It was when it was just core. There was no DLCs that I had at the time. Did people cheer and send biddies? Quick draw. Jesus, my notifications and stuff are just terrible. I got to work on that. Thank you, guys. Quick. I don't remember when that was, but whenever it was, thank you. So yeah, core. It was like I built my base. I got into the game because of spiffing grit. Yeah, spiff's another one. Once I started going down the rabbit hole of Rimworld content, I literally just started watching everything I could get my hands on. That's how I found out about Adam versus Everything, who I'm sure you guys know well, coming in from Smurf's crew. That's how I found out about Francis John, which eventually led me to playing Oxygen Not Included because he plays. I came to Francis John for his Rimworld content, and then wound up watching some of his Ani videos. That's another game I didn't think I would play, and then after watching him, I was like, I don't know. And then it went on sale, and Johnny Tucson and his wife bought it, and I was like, well, if my friends are going to be playing it, I might as well buy it and see what's up. Through AA and through AVE, I found Smurf. Yeah, it's the community for Rimworld. It's kind of that like medium-sized community. It's not like a super niche game, but it's also not like this like massive, like, disconnected huge thing. So I find that once you start digging into it and getting to check out all the different communities and creators, there's a lot of overlap. Like everybody starts to know each other. Everybody starts to support each other, which is what I was saying earlier about how like it's amazing in a game where you basically commit war crimes all day long that you meet so many wonderful people. Okay, our trader came back. We brought in some nonsense. What are we gonna swap out for these masks? Now I think these might cause other problems, but let's see how much sharp protection we get. We get 33 on that guy, 38 on that guy, and we get 56 on that one. So our main melee blocker pawn is currently wearing a flak helmet at 63, so not him. Julie's got a simple helmet at 58, but then going down the line, we're just on tail caps. So wait a second, did I buy these for nothing? 56, probably did. Anyway, we'll let this play on a 1 while I check this nonsense. Wait, is that? Yeah, there's the big upgrade. Let's get you into that. Mila. 47 up to... Nope. Just trying to figure out our best course of action. So you could definitely benefit from putting that on. And you can benefit from putting that on. We've gotten a lot of our cold resistance from the fact that we've had plenty of thrombos coming on map. So that's been very helpful. A lot of people in our colony have thrombo fur parkas and other bits and pieces. So there is that. That's useful as hell. Photoshop, let's grab you. Actually, Julie's going to put that on. That's perfect. If anybody wants to be added to the run, we have a point redemption to name pawns. The only ones left, I think Soul over here is the only one that hasn't been named by the community yet. They are an undergrounder, 32 years old, no health problems, passion in shooting and cooking. I think they're definitely going to wind up being the person that does any of the cooking. But we're currently on paste. We had to randomly jump into paste because we had a metal horror event. For a while, our paste was just stuff in our main room because we didn't have space for it, but we did some base expansion since then. I think right away we want to get as much wealth back off map as possible. We did not bring bank on board. They're called bank because they're offshore bank. Okay, so we got bait bot, bank, and let's see what we can push out the door here. We've got a little cloth now. I'm glad we did that cloth. We brought back some steel from the last trade. We can offload some of these toques and tail caps that we replaced with other things. We'll do that. We want to get rid of all the dread leather stuff because once it's actually crafted into things, people will buy it. They just won't buy the raw material. Do I want to sell? You know what? I will... Yeah, we might as well sell the rest of the clothing. Why not? Get a little bit of wealth off map. I'm going to keep the parka. We can grow a little cloth now. Oh, Smurf, you might have noticed we got switched back over to rice finally, which is going so much better. We don't have to deal with living in the dark to grow mushrooms. We're getting a lot more food on a regular. God, Wednesday's Devourer attack was just insane. Just absolutely freaking... I can't believe how long... That was like the most endurance-style fight I've ever done in my life in Rimworld. I've had crazy moments in this game, but never something that was just straight up like, how long can you last? Just pop out, get one shot on a Devourer, do that a couple of times till they're bleeding, repair and wait out and door juke them until they're bleeding to death. And it worked. It just took like... I think it literally took us hours to get through that fight. We don't want to sell anything from here. We've got the two things going that we need to go. We don't have a lot of things to carry on the way out, but on the way back, we should be bringing back heavy materials. So, yes, let's get that going. So they're going to load up. But yeah, this is my first attempt at Sea Ice. Well, again, first playthrough of Sea Ice. I've done a lot of stuff. My first base, like I said, was an absolute shit show. Just concentric squares and, like, absolute nonsense. Didn't know how to handle anything. Was definitely not playing on commitment mode, and I was playing on, I think, the easiest setting at the time, and it was still ridiculously hard. I did not understand how to deal with anything. And then through watching people and reading and, you know, playing the game, I got better. I mean, that's what happens, right? You spend time doing something, you at least hope that you get better one way or another. I finally decided, I was like, I want to get a victory on losing is fun. Just regular losing is fun. And I had to min-max biotech, genetics. I made like custom races for each thing. Literally like, okay, I'm going to create 5 separate custom races, all of them good at shooting, awful at what they don't do, but good at what, you know, so like the planter had bad everything else, but good planting and shooting. A lot of like robust stuff, all that kind of thing. What did we get masterwork? Face mask. All right, that'll do. Hydrate. Like I said earlier, all I've got is no sugar lemonade because I forgot to grab some water, but cheers. I'm not a total degenerate. I drink out of the bottle because I have a cat who, if I stop paying attention for even half a second, will knock over any open container on my desk. When I do pour myself a glass of water, there's literally just a little ball of stress right at the base of my skull, because I'll be talking to you guys, paying attention to something in the game. The Tachyon is my cat. He'll come up on the desk to say hi, and I'll be like, hey, buddy. I'll pet him a couple of times. I'll get back to doing what I was doing, and then all of a sudden I hear tink, tink, whoosh. No! So sometimes I wind up drinking out of the bottle just to make it easier on my life. Yes, if the cam shakes, it's attack quake. It is, and we have an emote for tack attack. Right now he's sleeping cozy in his corner. At the foot of my bed meets a wall and has like a little shelf. And Linus's wife knitted me crocheted me a blanket, and it's got like Minecraft stuff and some farm animals on it, and he claimed the blankie. And so I kind of made it into a little nest for him at the base of the bed in that corner. That's like his favorite spot to sleep during stream. He used to sleep in the closet over here a lot. Mad Arctic Fox. Dinner? Did anybody say dinner? I mean, a single Arctic fox. I mean, Giggles can probably take it on their own, but let's get everybody outside. Maybe we'll get a little bit of shooting experience out of it. Dinner is angry. It is. He's coming at an angle. Julie's just going to take it on her own. Yep, always. Every time. Julie is a badass. Wait, is Bank... We sent Bank back out, right? Alright, we want to do this Manhunter event then. Let's let everybody get inside real quick. Let's schedule everybody to walls. Get them in. And let's accept this quest, because, you know, a low shield pack, even though we've got 2 low shield packs... Never hurts to have another one. Make sure our doors are disallowed, because even though they're zoned, they're going to do stupid shit. So, yeah, let's get the low shield pack and a telescope. I'm tempted on the recon armor, but picking up those couple of masks and the fact that we can, you know, grow some cloth to make some things for ourselves, we're getting there. We're getting there. So, we're going to grab a low shield pack. That's going to bring us in a whole bunch of maddened polar bears. And we're just not going to worry about them. We're just going to let them wander around outside. We won't be able to get a whole hell of a lot of work done, but it's not like there's a lot of work to get done in the Arctic anyway. The only person who has any talent at mining is down for death rest at the moment. We need to get all this plasteel. How many tiles of plasteel do we have? 9, 10, like about 13, right? Yeah, 13 tiles of plasteel times about 30 apiece. So we're looking at 390 plasteel, so 20, 40, 60. We might be able to get close to doing our outer wall. I know it sounds insane to be doing an outer wall out of plasteel of all materials, but we need walls that don't burn, and we need outer walls. That last Devour attack on Wednesday, it was so close to being impossible to do. We had just barely enough wall space to kind of juke them back and forth, but there were a couple of moments where there's like one here, one here, one here, like enough of them that we couldn't spread them out enough. There were a few moments where I was just like, oh, this is going to be the end. I mean, I know I say that like almost literally every time we get into something, but I'm not going to lie, that was scary. There probably are raids that would have been scarier than 8 Devourers. Like 10 Devourers. No, like I think an explosive pirate drop pod raid would have been way, way worse. Any type of breach or siege or anything like that. Well, the sieges, we've got a couple of mortars up right now. Speaking of which, God, we need weapons so bad. I always forget how much an assault rifle costs. 60 steel and 7 components. And we've got... Yep, let's make an assault rifle. Let's make sure that killer is set to make it. Yep, that'll do. Let's get an assault rifle going. We'll do the little reconnect and get killer making an assault rifle. Might as well have him make something useful. BD over here came in recently, so all they have is an auto pistol. Yeah, any raid could be the end. I think that's the really fun part about this style of playing, like the sea ice style. If you're playing on like a temperate forest, right? Year-round temperate forest, your concern at a certain point you start to outscale the threat. And I think we'll be able to do that here. It's just taking a lot longer because of the nature of the play style. But I think this really just kind of pushes you to that point where it's like anything could be the end. If I forget to forbid one of these doors for an event like this with the manhunters, that could be the end of our colony. Like if these polar bears just bash down a door and we've got to choke point melee block them, or if we miss it and they just get in, that could be game over right there. I mean, Giggles is a tough pawn, so tough ghoul is a great way to start. They don't have the robust gene, which I'd love to splice onto them eventually, but you know, a tough Itakeen is probably the best thing you can make a ghoul out of, because plague. Okay. Who got hit with plague? Killer and Mr. Ben. So let's put those guys on. Of course, yeah, and it had to be Killer as I queued up for him to make an assault rifle, right? So Barb is our best doc. Barb's are pretty much our best goddamn everything. I mean, save a few other things. Randy, sitcom laugh track, yeah. So let's micro that just a little. Let's put Killer on industrial quality, and it was Mr. Ben who was also the one that got that. Let's also make sure that they bed rest on a 1. And let's do a little reset of their... Okay, Killer's already in bed. Barb, please prioritize tending to Killer. And then prioritize tending to Mr. Ben. Also, we were going to check... Okay, so in 49 days... Okay, in 18.2 days, we could theoretically make another vampire. Julie has been kicking ass for the colony and has some scars that I'd like to go away. We've got 2 hemogen farms, which we're getting by with. We're kind of hemogen positive, but anytime we wind up using our hemogen abilities, we wind up running out of... not running out, but getting low on hemogen. So I think 2 of them can, like, sustain our 3 vampires if we get up to 3 vampires. But then if we get into any situation where we're hitting coagulate or doing a lot of jumping, we might start to get low. So keeping an eye out for an additional hemogen farm pawn is definitely something we want to do. But, you know, again, it's all a balancing act. This whole thing is on the razor's edge. Like we were just saying, at any point we could lose. So I like these Manhunter events, because if you lock the doors, they just kind of hang out, and if other threats come on map, they're going to aggro to it. There are some events that don't interact with Manhunter events, but it's a little bit of built-in protection, provided we don't get a super unlucky roll from something else. So I'm pretty happy that we're hanging out inside with some polar bears defending us. Polar bear defense system. Meanwhile, our bank is out doing stuff, which was cool. Like, they came back. We had enough time to accept the quest that our trader came back, grabbed a bunch of stuff, and went out again. Let's just keep an eye on this Plague 10 chance here. And you know what? We can preach health, right? So who is... You're at 14 over 12. You're at 15 over 9. So let's have Humph preach health on Mr. Ben over here. Humph used to be Humps. You know, Humps is always tough. They're one of those supporter pawns or whatever it is. So one of, I think it was Sparta, was like, rename Humps Humph. So, like, just Humph. I think we had that conversation. It's like onomatopoeia, right? It's a word that represents a sound. So, it makes sense. We have a tough 43-year-old asexual vampire, making grunting noises about having to deal with all the bullshit. So the vampire thing really came in handy. This pawn here, the one that Barb named, Cecilia Barb Theory, we kept her because our original pawn, who is dead now, died to a mech cluster because we had to go off map to get food, and of course they came on map right next to the mech cluster. Probably could have played it better and dealt with the mech cluster first, but we were desperate for food, went off map, came back and spawned at the worst possible place. Tom was the only casualty. We literally had to smoke launcher crawl to get his corpse so that we could get rid of the colonist left unburied debuff. It was a whole thing. All right, you are unhappy probably because you're sick. You're sick and in serious pain. It is what it is. We need. It might have been a better idea to put up a stove so we could get this psychite brood that's coming in. But we are going to come back with some more steel from our caravaner. Let's not get too crazy. I tend to be a slow and steady style player. I like to take my time. I think one of the best ways to ensure you make the right plays is to take advantage of the fact that you can pause. I am blown away by people who play no pause. I didn't think I could do losing is fun. Killer, let me hold off on that. I'll do that in just a little bit here, but I'm gonna refund your points for now, just because my legs are a little beat up at the moment. So give me a little bit on that. Yes, okay, so that sorts us out on redemptions. Thank you for doing that, though. For anybody who's coming in, I just added the redeem for Do a Squat. I have not been able to exercise because over the last 5 years I've been in and out of the hospital for stomach surgeries. The one this past December should be the last one. Everything is stitched up and put back together, but my doc was like, you need to get a little exercise, you need to drink more water, so I've been asking chat to really hit me with the hydrates, and we added in the squats one because I've shown to myself over and over again that I just cannot be responsible for my own exercise. I will just decide not to do it. All right, Killer is quite far ahead of the Plague. I might have him get up and make that gun. I really, really want that gun. 40 over 24. Yeah, let's put you back on rest as a secondary option here. I will try not to die. Thank you, Aya. You rock. Man, everybody is scarred up a little bit too. A lot of our pawns came to us old. So I was telling the story of Barb. The only reason we kept Barb is because we had already had too many big mood hits. I accidentally murdered our original pawn's son. Like, literally had him stand out in the cold and then had his father butcher him. God, the things you say in Rimworld, right? And so managing that mood debuff was absolutely obscene. So I didn't notice that there was a relationship, and Aya was like, Nether, there was a relationship thing when they dropped. I'm like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. So I've been really careful about checking relationships before we get rid of whatever pawns, before we incorporate them into the colony in less than ideal means. All right, let's get some trading done. And so we kept Barb. She was 66 years old. She wound up getting scarred by a scyther. I might take a nap. I woke up 6:30 a.m. today. Hey, that's it's only 2.5 hours after I went to sleep. God, I get addicted to games and I just don't sleep. So, offloading a bunch of random junk. Not even random junk, just like, here, take our corsets. Ooh, we got 1,700. Okay, there were definitely a few things I wanted to snag over here. We don't even have someone started up the Psycaster chain. There is such a big part of me yanking me in the direction of buying a Berserk Pulse skill trainer, Psy trainer, but it is going to be so long until we can actually get a Psycaster at this rate that $1,600 worth of investment is probably better served elsewhere. So what do we want to pick up? We've already dumped a lot of stuff here. An Insanity Lance is always a good get. Maybe we get a piece of art. Art might help us a little bit. We could also try and get a television in the mix for another form of entertainment. Okay, those are possibilities. But we really need tactical wealth. We need to trade off our general wealth for tactical wealth here. So they don't have any weapons, which is just a crying shame. I think our Thrumbo Horn is going to do us better than the Mono Sword they have. We did that math last time. Medicine. You know what? Let's buy some medicine right off the bat. We're running low, and the plague just hit us. So let's say like 25 medicine. More than that, I feel like we're going too overboard. Do we grab a Juggernaut Serum? Syringe of opaque, milky, yellow liquid that increases the user's strength and speed and allow them to recover from injuries faster. The serum is injected into the user's musculature where it adds energy to the various metabolic processes. However, the unstable substance also psychically influences the mind, provoking unsettling thoughts and severely reducing the user's mood. Right, and that's not afterwards, it's during. We can't handle that mood hit, so it's not as tactical as I'd like it to be. Jump Jet Tech Print is not the best. Cryo Sleep. Love Enhancers are fun, but not the most important thing. Same thing with Sterilizing Stomach. I think we snag some medicine, some beer. Yeah, let's snag some beer, because we had that long fight. Hello, Console Craft. Let's do a shout out for Console over here. Guys, one day, eventually, we're going to have to get over and play on the Console Craft server again. It's a community Minecraft server on Bedrock Minecraft that Console runs. If you guys like Minecraft, or if you just like cool people that make cheesy jokes and have a good time, go check out Console for sure. Console, I would love to come and play with you guys, and I know I keep apologizing for not being able to get on. We've got kind of a pretty tight-packed schedule of things, and I've also got some off-camera game addictions that I'm managing at the moment, so I'm hoping eventually I can get on there, though. Alright, we can't afford to get meds and the Insanity Lance. Well, when you're ready to come home, we will be here. Aw, you're so sweet. I really loved my base that I built on the last iteration of the server. Guys, they recently did a reset for the new version of Minecraft as well. So if you guys want to check out the new content, it's a good time to pop over and say hi. Can we afford the Insanity Lance if we give a little less medicine into our lives? Can we? No. We are pretty well stocked on offhands. You can never be better. You can never be overstocked on offhands, I suppose. But let's go with that. And then let's get ourselves as much steel as we can carry back. 49 will do. Coming along nicely? Hell yeah. Yeah, I was just sharing the 2-year-long Nether Hub build from my single-player world with everybody before you came in. And in that world, for anybody who's into Minecraft, we'll just, do a little quick aside here, since our Minecraft family's popping in. Do we get a television? No. Let's call that good and send our guy home. So when I joined up on Console Craft's server, my main base in my single-player world is underground. And then the biggest project I ever did in that world is in the Nether, which is more or less underground. So I'm like a big underground interior person. So when I joined up and played with Console, I wanted to go the opposite direction. So I went out and found myself a small island in the middle of an ocean. And I did like a spiral walkway with like hanging bridges and little like cliffside staircases that goes up into like a spiral staircase around a pillar that to go to there's like a floating island above the island in the sea. And it's just like a small, cute little base but I absolutely love it. Ooh, travelers passing by. You're gonna have a bad time. In fact, let's tell our trader to come to the tile outside. Oh boy, you guys are gonna get wrecked. Bad time to come by, guys. What are you gonna drop for me to enjoy? You've got some fine meals. I'll take some fine meals. Your gear is absolute dog shit, and it's going to be tainted anyway. We could smelt down that steel knife, that auto pistol, revolver. All right, so bears are going to kill our friends over here. If you up for it, we need a nether hub design. We got the tunnel sorted and somewhat in place. Ooh. Are you around this Sunday, console? I'm gonna have to put time into my new game addiction Dyson Sphere program, but I've got some ideas for Nether Hub projects. I don't know if you've checked out our community server, which, guys, if you play Java, we have a community server for Minecraft. I'll put up the links to the Discord and everything if anybody wants to join that. So we'll do... There is the links to our community Discord where you can add your name to the whitelist after thumbs-upping the rules if you want to join us there. I built a castle and a magical spiraling tree at spawn. A lot of other people have buildings at spawn, and then we've got bases spread out. You should be... Dude, do me a favor. Shoot me a message real quick right now. You literally just could shoot me an empty message with, like, the letter A or something in it. Just so I have a reminder. ADHD brain, you know? And, well, let's try to sort ourselves out a time we could at least hang for a couple of hours. 2 mech clusters of 2x size will deploy nearby. Oh, those silent neuroformers are tasty, but a 3-star threat mech cluster? Nope. Nope. Let's not do that. These people are going to get wrecked. You know what? Hang on a second. We got these bears here. Is there anything we could cheese a little bit? Crypto drone hack. No, that would kill the people. Oh, maybe. Excavation. No, we can't quite go for our relics. It's a name that screams Java. Right. Yeah, console craft is the place to go for Bedrock. Our community SMP is the place to go for Java if anybody's interested in that type of thing. Yep. A pistol and a knife versus an army of angry polar bears. Sounds like this will go great for you. But, you know, skulls, meat, meals, and some steel right there. That'll do. That'll do nicely. Right, let's check in on our plague victims. 60.6. You're not supposed to be on bed rest, but you're in there anyway. You're actually sleeping. Okay, that's fair. Very fair. Might be some of my lot who wouldn't mind a mess around with Java. Yeah. Everybody's welcome, console. You know me. Our community rules are basically don't be an asshole and don't ruin anybody else's fun. And that's like the long and the short of everything for our community, whether it's our Discord or anything. And that's you know, you guys have the same vibe going, which is why, you know, why we get along so well. But anyway, back to the Rim. So we've got our body mastery pawn who stays on the road coming back. We're going to queue them up not to go all the way on the map. The bears should be gone by the time they get back. But just in case, you know, just in case. Where are you going? Are you bleeding? No immediate danger. That's fine. We just got the blood from the Devourer attack covered up by snow. Now we're going to have blood from bleeding polar bears. So yeah, Killer's making a gun. Our dude's coming back with some supplies, including medicine and beer, because we needed beer. It's like I said when I sent him out, like, welcome to the colony, kid. Glad you've mastered your body and don't need to eat or sleep or anything, but the way you can really help us, take this tenner and go buy us some beer at the corner store. I'm actually going to get some sleep at reasonable time tonight, I think. Gonna lurk and nod off. Sounds good, console. Thank you for coming in and saying hi. Thank you for the lurk. And, you know, thank you for being you. Yeah, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To everybody else, too. Like, I love streaming. I love playing games. I love meeting new people. And this channel has really just given me the chance to feel like happy. As cheesy as that sounds, I've met so many good people, played so many good games. Okay, we are food positive at the moment, which is crazy sauce. What else could we knock out a little bit of? I don't want to do Tinctoria. Let's put down a basin of smoke leaf. Thank you for following, Undead. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Smoke leaf. We don't have enough to put down some kegs for beer, but we can roll a few smoke leaf joints. We don't have a crafting bench, so I'm going to throw down a crafting spot temporarily for joint rolling. Sure, we can stick you there. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. We'll do forever, and then we'll do the single one, so we roll everything up, do forever. I don't want to go too crazy with non-food items, because we're just getting to the point where food is not like an obscenely hard thing to keep up with. The fact that we can actually afford the power to do this now is just mind-blowing to me. We were just at such a disadvantage for so freaking long. Before you rest, let's get these generators refueled, sir. Madam, whatever the case may be. And, guys, I do have a loud street next door to me, so if you hear any of the trucks going by in my microphone, I do apologize. But we like to turn annoyances into interaction here, so we created a vroom vroom emote. So if you're following the channel and you hear loud cars, feel free to spam that in chat just to make the joke. We love memes. We love being cheesy. We love having a good time here. Vroom vroom all the way. Thank you, BD. So, what are we doing? I don't even know what we're doing anymore. My brain is just absolutely just paste. So 83 over 52 on Killer, wonderful. And Mr. Ben is 89 over 60. Is there a like, I set you to bed rest last. Can I get you up and doing the gun? No, huh? You really just don't want to use the gun. We're just gonna micro that. I need this gun. We need to get this auto pistol the fuck off of this person. I mean, the nerve spiker is not going to help us during like a mechanoid attack or anything like that. At least it's a masterwork one. We got it early on in this playthrough. That's been around since like the first or second stream of this this playthrough. So it's great. It helped us with the Devourer attack. We got a couple of shots off because it was able to stun them. But getting everybody into a little bit better guns is a high priority here. Barb is still rocking the charge rifle that we dropped in with that Tom was using. Tom was our original pawn, for anybody who's curious who Tom was. And we did Rich Explorer start. Not quite Naked Brutality, but, you know, it was a good... I like that as a good start on Sea Ice. It was a good choice. Now you should go and get some food. But anyway, yeah, we're not in the best situation. I really am not a fan of heavy SMGs outside of a Killbox setup. They're going to be a lot better than some of the random nonsense that people walk on the map with. I mean, we got to not have revolvers and auto pistols. I'd like to be able to give Bank over here a little bit better weapon, but their stats are horrible. We're just kind of running them back and forth and assuming that one day they're going to get killed, and we're going to lose our lifter bot as well. But, you know, it's worth it to send them back and forth. The fact that they don't need to eat really means that we can always be getting wealth off the map, which is important to me. We don't want to wind up in a situation where we're getting raids way too big for us to handle. Excellent. Okay, so the bears are asleep, which means they should start wandering off map. Once they start nodding off, it means they're getting close to being done. They're like, well, you know what? We didn't get to eat anything here. We're just sleeping on the ground. I'm tired. I'm hungry. There's nothing to satiate either of those things here. Let's go harass another colony. So bears, yeah, there they go. They're starting to wander off. They're still manhunter. So if we go outside, they'll start regrouping and coming at us. They're coming right for us. But, bada bing, bada boom, bada da da. Those are words and things and stuff. Giggles is managing themselves quite well. That Devourer attack means that we're going to be able to have food for our ghoul for quite some time. Bank is coming back with the bank. I guess let's speed this along a little bit after we double check on Mr. Ben. Okay, so you've got immunity. You've got immunity. So let's put a little gas on the situation, try and get ourselves somewhere. As I said, I'm generally a slow and steady player, but if we're going to be looking right at everybody, we can put a little speed on it. It's when I have people going out to do things around the map, I often play on a 1. I mean, I play on a 1 a lot. It's just kind of like my nature. I've been comparing it to football. Not that I don't watch sports in general, but I've seen a lot of sports movies, and, I've had friends that are really into it. And it's that whole cliche of, like, when the coach grabs the guy by the mask and is like, I told you to get out of bounds. By controlling the clock, we control the game. Do what I tell you to do. And that's kind of how I feel about it. If you control the clock, you can control the game. Are these unfertilized chicken eggs and some slag? I am more excited about the slag than the chicken eggs. But those chicken eggs, that's a meal. Actually, that's a lot of meals if we wanted to go that route. Yeah, I would really... I'm not sure. We're bringing back a little bit of steel. If it's enough to make a stove, I think we got to make a stove. Because we're about to get our first ever psychoid crop. Okay, there is our reward. That was a little terrifying. The funny thing is, we already have a telescope, right? I might literally... sell the telescope. Okay, so Barb is up and about as well, and Barb doesn't have anything on her. Do we give her... Yeah, you know what? I think we might give Barb the shield pack, because with that jump, she can get into position to use it better, although I kind of like... You know what? No. Let's see who's got the shock lance. I think I like Barb having a shock lance or an insanity lance, just because that vampire mobility she's got can get her into position to get a good shot off with it. How many charges? We've got 1 charge on that shock lance, 2 on that. So BD, I'm gonna have you drop that lance, and I'm gonna have you equip the low shield. We're going to snag Barb over here. After you feed that, get that shock lance on you. And then BD. Who else is... Julie is going to... Okay, we got to schedule them back to the right zoning. Let's get that telescope in here. We don't need more than 1 telescope, realistically. So, you got her to drop her lance when she went for death rest last. Yeah. I was just trying to consider, like, do we want to swap it out for something else? I think she was also carrying the one that had a single charge on it. So we did a little bit of offhand swapping. We've got her with a 2-charge shock lance, and we put the low shield on BD. So everybody's got some pretty decent offhand. Literally, Humph has a shield belt. So we've got a excellent low shield belt, or not low shield, excellent shield belt. Julie's got the jump pack for mobility as our main shooter. Killer has got a low shield pack. Barb's got a shock lance. Mr. Ben's got a turret pack. Photoshop's got a low shield. Mila's got a shock lance. I think that's the one with single charge. Low shield pack on BD. Shock lance on Soul. So we've got a lot of shock lances, which came in really clutch when we were dealing with that mech cluster. The first centipedes that we got in here, we basically shock lanced them. We also used a shock lance charge on a Scorcher, because with vampires, that was... It probably, if we didn't have vampires, maybe I wouldn't have prioritized the Scorcher, but Scorchers can really screw you up even if you don't have vampires, because if they hit your core group of people and you're not spread out, everybody starts running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They run into firing lines from other mechs. Our food is getting a little out of control. I'm going to... Okay, we should... Do we need wood for anything? You know what? Yeah, let's swap one of these out for fiber corn. It's not going to be a lot of wood, but it'll be some wood. The other thing I kind of want to do... I want to get a little bit more cotton going. Just a little bit. So we're at that point now where we can actually do a few things that are not food, which is absolutely insane to me. Like, it's the first time in this whole playthrough I felt like we could do things other than stress about food. I mean, we've made one assault rifle, one or two assault rifles. Masterwork. Oh, that's so good. Ooh, BD. Tough with 13 shooting. How would you like to have a Masterwork assault rifle? How would you like to have a Masterwork assault rifle? Absolutely wonderful. That is phenomenal. Now, all in all, I'd like to get 1, 2, 3 assault rifles is really important in my mind. Julie's been doing work with the Bolty. It's kind of like our poor man sniper rifle status. She's been doing really good with it. So I will probably swap her gun out for an assault rifle last. And the charge rifle is doing good. I kind of just want to get off the SMGs and the nerve spiker. If we could get another assault rifle for Soul before the end of the day, Bank over here, he's going to get whatever. We also have EMPs, an incinerator, and a smoke launcher, as well as a doomsday for smelt the old guns. Good call, Ian. Good call. Our power is not godly at the moment, so let's hold off for just a moment. Okay, so yeah, let's queue it up. We're usually I have permanent smelting rules set up, but with this playthrough, I've been really like just micromanaging the hell out of every aspect of the game to make sure that we don't accidentally smelt something we need. An auto pistol is not a great gun, but if, let's say, we have that set to do forever, Bank comes back and gets downed somehow, you know, to like a disease or something, whatever the case may be, they drop their auto pistol on the ground. By the time they get up, I don't notice, somebody's already smelted it down. Now they have 0 weapons. I mean, a bad weapon is better than no weapon. All right, we are kind of up to too much rice. I gotta be honest. We're getting to that point where I don't want to be massively stockpiling food. That's gonna push our wealth more than I'd like it to. We've got the nutrient paste to thin it out so that we can stretch it further, so we don't really need to go that crazy. 500 rice is a little too much. So we've got 2 basins of cotton, a basin of fiber corn, a basin of joint leaves, and a basin of psychoid. What else could we get down? We don't have enough for a beer barrel. Is there anything that could help us? Heal root. Yes. Okay, over here on this one that hasn't really grown yet, let's slap down some heal root. Oh, the other thing is we do need to make sure to keep on top of our chem fuel. Wait, okay. Never mind. We need chem fuel. So 17, 25, 24. Let's let them do some things. We're going to go in here. We're going to clear all. We're going to use... I'm going to use rice above the other stuff because we need meat for our ghoul. Right? I'm going to say do this twice. We'll make some chem fuel out of rice. Twice, because it's nice. I like to serve my streams with a little bit of an extra helping of cheese. So, there we go. Alright, Barb is up and about, right? And she's the only one that can mine, so I've got a zone set up for her so she can go and mine. We'll let her do that. Yeah, smelting down that auto pistol. We've got this void sight serum. I might sell that again. We bought that as a just in case, but I feel like at this stage, just in case is not something we have to be more general about our just in case weapons. Like this Doomsday can come in handy for quite a few things with Anomaly active. So I want to keep these things topped off as much as possible. I do not want to deal with power going out. Like if a raid starts and we don't have time to power those up, I don't want our whole base going down, so let's try and stay on top of that. Also, it'll give us a better idea where our chem fuel situation is. If these are all topped off at 30 and we've got a handful of extra chem fuel kicking about, that would be great. $41 extra. How much twisted meat do we have? 954. We might could make a batch or two out of twisted meat, actually. It's a lot of twisted meat. He's not going to eat through all of that. We are going into fall, but let's not do a ton. Let's just do like 2 batches with the twisted. God, chem fuel. It's so nice to be on chem fuel. Solar and wind are just so unreliable. We still need the wind because of the lamp here. Like 3 of these basically covers the lamp. So everything else in our base that's on is more or less powered by the windmills. So we do need the wind to kick up every once in a while. We got a little bit of a wind things going right here. Very good, very, very good. Okay, so Barb might have done some things up there with the digging. That's off. We're going to suspend it just to be extra safe about not making some stuff into chem fuel that we don't want to. Did you actually get one of these down? You did. So next time she goes up there, we'll make sure that she hauls some of that back. Okay, so I want to start getting an idea where we're going to place the doors, and we're going to line those up with this spot here. We're going to forbid stuff, right? And I want to line this lower door up with that, which I already set up. We're going to forbid that as well. And then as far as the door, I want to put another door up here. Let's count from the side just for a little bit of symmetry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 from that side. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So boop that down there. And there's 30 plasteel up there. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We're just gonna go along. I do believe resources are worth less once they're built into something, so that's kind of why I'm doing this. Plus, even though the walls aren't complete, it gives more space for raiders, more things for raiders to attack when they come in. Oh, this needs to go off, please, pawns. It has been so long since we did any research. We need that lamp to go off. Okay, ability's ready there. I would love to get that smelter on, even to just get that little bit extra steel. Visitors, they seem to have a few items for trade. Well, come on in! You're from one of our friends' bases, yeah. A ship with exotic goods. They are not going to want to buy anything we have. I think Bank is coming back with, like, no money. Barb is on a food binge. I might just let her binge. Although she's up on the other side of the map, which makes it a pain in the ass. Usually I'll arrest someone who's food binging, but she's the leader of our colony, and we really could use for her to have a catharsis because she's been kind of not the greatest mood. We need to get these drugs going so that we can manage that a little bit better. Fiber corn, like I said, I think it's 1 wood apiece, so this isn't a lot of wood, but maybe, just maybe, slow and steady on the wood grinding, we might be able to get ourselves some actual beds. instead of just sleeping in sleeping bags. That would be fantastic. And our best social pawn is Humph, I do believe. So let's get him out there to trade with the visitors. Do you have anything I want to buy? They'll buy the Void Site if we really wanted to grab anything they have. They don't really have anything of great value, though. The components are probably a good idea, though. Like, we just used a bunch of components to make a gun, so we'll only be able to pick up... Won't even be able to pick up one. Never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind. Okay. We're going to call that good. The exotic goods trader, I guess we might as well take a quick peekaroo at what they got. Okay, so we're trading with UT Lubricants. The names. Oh, sirens in the background. Hope everybody's okay out there. So, yeah, no realistically nothing we can acquire here. I was checking just in case there's something that's just like worth selling our souls for, so to speak. I mean, there's some good stuff here. We could sell them the telescope. It's a spare telescope, and we don't have to go off map to sell it now. And if we get rid of the Void Site Serum, that gets us a budget of 177, because I don't think we're going to use that anytime soon. Okay. We pick up 4 components. Oh, actually, what's up with these books? Artistic, cooking, 160 multiplier. Nah, I want to get more books in our life, but I think this is our best play at the moment. Okay, so Barb is pigging out, but is playing horseshoes. You know what? It's okay. It's the first time I've, like, on this playthrough where I've been able to be like, we'll just let her mood break. You know? Of course, she's going to go through the door that's forbidden just to go and get food. She's going to eat all of our fine meals that we've been trying to keep for the sake of mood during raids, but it is what it is. Like I said, the catharsis is probably going to be worth it. Bank is almost home. Giggles is fine. Dangerous temperature. Yeah, I mean, you came to the frozen fucking north. What are you wearing? What is your temperature resistance? Negative 15. 15 positive, and it's negative 17. Yeah. I understand. I understand you wanting to leave. I don't know why you came here in the first place. Bring a bunch of junk that nobody wants to buy. Just stand around and do absolutely nothing and leave because it's too cold in a place that's known for being cold. Yeah, sounds about right. Normal behavior for a pawn. Very normal behavior. Yep, gonna eat all the fine meals. Good job, Barb. You've earned it. You've been carrying the workload for a long time. You took your hits. Your ex-lover broke up with you because you had a flesh tentacle. Then he died, and we made you. We gave you an Archotech arm. So you know you've gone through a very, very great story arc. We can let you have a little food. It's not like we have a whole hell of a lot of good meals just kicking about anyway. Like I said, we had to take apart. Oh, you know what? These guys over here. Let's get these guys. I totally forgot about these assholes. Julie. Huh. People are on it. Good job, people. So I'm going to strip them out here in the world because I don't want to strip them in our backyard because it's all tainted clothing anyway, right? And then they should carry that nonsense in. You're hauling a simple meal. You're hauling rice. You're carrying... Da, 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 da. Mr. Ben is coming out to grab the other corpse. We've banked a little bit of power. I mean, at least she's eating the simple meals. So we've banked a little bit of power. We are positive at the moment by a lot. You too, Julie. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon, evening, whatever the case may be, over in your neck of the woods. We're also going to go in here and add knife and revolver. Again, I usually have these things set to do forever. But the reason I'm doing it this way is occasionally we get pawns in when we have 0 weapons. And if a revolver is better than 0 weapons on someone who's good at shooting. I suppose if they're good at melee, they could get away with punch and stuff. But all in all, I think it's better to have the butt of a gun to smack someone in the face with than your fist, right? After all, the butt of a gun is hard material. Your fist is squishy. How many meals are you going to eat, Barb? Like, for real? Okay, so Mr. Ben is smelting down the nonsense that we have him smelting down. Anybody else? Anybody else? Did I not? Oh. 81. Was it 80? It was 80 in 2 components. Where do we want to put down? I think we're just going to put... Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind if it's a little slower. We're going to put it in the freezer just for the sake of it. Negative 36. It's negative 36 outside, but because of our dumbass people walking through doors nonstop, it's only 0 in our freezer. It's phenomenal. Why do I feel like a parent talking to their kid? Like, don't stand in the refrigerator with the door open. Think about what you want to eat, and then open the refrigerator. Why you got to just be standing there with the door wide open? Okay, so we should also zone over here for the psychoid leaves because we don't want them going bad. I mean, it's a 30-day expiration, but we might as well have them next to the place that they're going to be processed. So we're going to take that offline. Once we get this thing built, we'll queue up to make psychite tea. We'll at least have a little bit of mood management possibility then. We've also got smoke leaf coming in. I learned my drug priorities from watching Francis John. We set it so that at 35% or below mood, they're allowed to drink a beer once a day. Because if you drink 1 beer a day, they won't get addicted. Then, if they get down to 30%, and it's been 2 days since the last time they drank tea, they drink tea, because they can't get addicted if they only drink it every other day. And so we want them to drink beer first, then tea, and then if they get down to 25% and it's a 2-day thing every other for joint leafs, then you can smoke a joint leaf. The reason the joint leafs are at the bottom of the list is because there's a consciousness hit from doing joint leafs. It's the largest debuff to pawn ability. Okay, Barb has done mental breaking. You have a catharsis? You do. That'll be fantastic. That means we'll be able to get a lot of stuff done with that mining operation. Is this thing plugged in? I think it is. So we're going to go over here and we're just going to make psychite tea forever. We have 1 cook. And what I'd like to do, I'd like to cook fine meals until we have, how many pawns do we have? We have 9. So yeah, let's do fine meals until we have 10 fine meals. Mila should be the only one set to cook. Okay. We're not gonna go crazy with cooking. We basically have this stove up to get ourselves some mood juice. Yes, we can cook some stuff. We're gonna cook a handful of fine meals, so we have something to help with mood. We're basically putting this up so that we can manage mood. We get tea, we get fine meals, and if we need to cook anything else, we can cook other stuff. We can make some stuff into pemmican to extend the shelf life, but I think we're better off. Alright, this might be the end of bank here. Ballo has an SMG. This is probably going to be the end of bank, and it's going to cost us our bot as well. Bank doesn't have any good offhands. This is unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. We don't have a way to run. Okay, how do we maximize our chances here? We're not going to win this fight. We're going to have to say goodbye to our body mastery pawn and our lifter bot. It's very unfortunate because this was a really nice haul. Should have gave him a shock lance is what I should have done. That was sloppy of me. Oh, man. Okay, so our best bet here... Our bot can't really do anything, so I think our best bet is to basically leave him where he is and try to hope that he aggroes. Can we out-freeze him? I don't know that we can do that. Our mood is terrible. What's your -6? What's the map at? -20? Can we play Ring Around the Rosie with this asshole? What's your move speed? 4.848. What is your move speed? 4.37. So we are not faster than him. So we're gonna try and get to some cover and hope he aggroes to bait bot. If we can get 1 or 2 shots on him and lower his movement speed, maybe we can do this. I think this is the end of bank though, which is unfortunate. All right, he's shooting at bait bot, which is good. We hit him. Hit him again, he's bleeding. Come on, dude. Like, I know you're bad, but could you just get 1 or 2 more shots, please? There's a shot, death in 20 hours. There's a shot, death in 13 hours. Death in 5 hours. Are we gonna win this? Nail biter here. Go down, pig. Luckily, he's a bad shot, too. Got two people who can't shoot in a shootout, and one of them's distracted by a mech. Alright, now bank over here. How is your... I don't think you can doctor worth a shit, can you? Okay, you should have industrial medicine on you. Allow you to self-tend. I think we're better off straight up leaving the map. But let's see if we can get let's be just a little greedy. No immediate danger on that gunshot. So if we can strip this guy and take his goodies, what do we got on this dude? We got a normal flak jacket, Mega Sloth wool button down, and we've got his SMG. So yeah, let's strip him. And then is there anything else on this map we want to take with us? There's a snow hare, but I'm not willing to hunt that. We need to get off map before he mood breaks. Okay, world. Reform caravan. Go here. Accept. We don't have the weight to carry that guy. We've got our beer. We're going to take his heavy SMG. We might leave some stuff, because that SMG is better than things that we have. I think we'll grab it all and then dump stuff from within the caravan menu. Flak jacket. Now the problem with the flak jacket, the toque isn't worth as much to me in my opinion. The problem with the flak jacket is it would replace the parka, and most of our people are getting their warmth from our parka, so we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Maybe there's somebody who's got... I think we've got some thrumbo fur, like corsets and button-downs on people, so there might be someone we can swap a flak jacket on to increase our defense without losing too much of our, what you call, cold protection. That's everything, right? That's everything. All right. Now, we are legitimately right here. I could send somebody out to meet him, but I could also just dump a bunch of shit on the ground, right? He's got body mastery. Yeah, let's just send out another pawn. We'll just send Humph out. We don't even need travel supplies. What's up, Tom? Coming in hot. What's going on? What's going on? Tom here is the namesake of the original pawn of this colony. So, unfortunately, Tom's pawn died, but his legacy will live on. All right. Actually, should we send Barb? Barb is on a catharsis and is our best healer. Yeah, let's send Barb. Just literally need her to walk off map, merge the caravans, and walk back on map. Alright, it's bandaged. So let's just get them back on map. Bank is probably going to be upset about things, but that's fine. We're going to give Bank some stuff. I'm realizing now how important doing another orc run for Rimworld. Hell yeah. If you ever want to share any of your custom races in the Discord, feel free. Bulk goods from Circa people. Would love to see, always love to see stuff. If anybody wants to share stuff they're doing in the Discord, always happy to see some cool stuff by other people. It gives me ideas, and I like interacting with the community. You know. All right. Now, let's get everybody back on doctor care with no medicine, just because. Barb, will you do me a favor? Let's unrestrict you for a hot second. Can you please... We don't have a spot for the eggs. Have you haul in the eggs. Actually, haul in the larger stack first. There we go. Masterwork cloth face mask. Okay. I feel that. Did you equip it? No, so somebody else will equip it. I'm not going to micro that super hard. Where is Baitbot? Lagging behind. Baitbot took some damage, so we'll have to have Killer repair Baitbot, but that's okay. Is Barb got anything in her inventory from that? No. Okay, so what have these guys got? We definitely want to get out here and check this out, but Baitbot's got... Is anything on Baitbot something we were going to sell? No, we're definitely keeping all that, so we can have Humph go out and do a quick trade over here. Yeah, Baitbot lived up to his name. That was exactly why we named him Baitbot right there. Positioning was key on that. We legitimately only won that because even though we couldn't move Baitbot, we positioned ourselves far enough away and like on access with the attacker that they aggroed to Baitbot first. So really couldn't be happier with the way that worked out. You know what? I'm going to sell the 3 Thrumbo meat because that's just going to make awkward piles. I know I said I wouldn't sell food, but dumb shit like that, you know. I'm not seeing anything super good here. We could snag a Muffalo wool parka, because I think we might need some more good parkas. That's better than the cloth, right? Yeah, substantially. Let's grab the Muffalo wool parka. I think that'll be helpful. The Synthread Ceremonial, 43.2% sharp. Let's double check our pawns. I already forgot. I already got distracted. Everybody's there. Humph won't call. BD, consuming nutrient paste. You have... Okay, so double checking our people that are not wearing good helmets across the board. You have 16.6 sharp. You have... 47.8. Man, the difference between materials, right? So Bank could use a new hat. Barb's hat is almost done data at 21, so we could want to grab some of that stuff. Hey, I know you're trying to leave. Just real quick. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Use a vampire jump to manipulate another trade. Gotta love it. So we were looking at the ceremonial hoods. 43 on that one, and we can afford it. So let's snag that, actually. That'll be a slight upgrade. And then I think Barb is unrestricted. Yeah. What are you doing right now? Hauling Muffalo. So after you do that, haul that. Excellent. Very, very excellent. God, that lifter, man. That lifter came in clutch. Okay, so you're here. Let's get you to drop your nonsense. Barb is going to haul that in. Let's let her do that. It's nice that she's got a catharsis. We already have our drug policies set like I was talking about, right? Default is absolutely. So we're good there. Okay. So across the board, pretty nice. We've got 6 tea, 20 beer, and it looks like our smoke leaf's going to be coming in reasonably quickly. We finally are going to be able to manage some mood with drugs. All that being said, who was the one that had the single shot shock lance? Was it Soul? It was. Soul, do me a favor. Let's drop that, and I want to give that to Bank. Bank now has an SMG and a shock lance. So, good. We're going to turn you off of self-tend and let you do your thing. Good job, kid. 13-year-old body mastery pawn and a freaking robot that they don't have control over wins a jump from a pigskin and flak. I don't even know how things like that happen. Honestly, don't know how things like that happen. Oh, you're using the eggs for the fine meal. Good job, Mila. Usually I have them drop stuff on the floor, but I've been having people carry stuff to inventory because it's a smaller base. Okay, so we did some trading. We did some caravan ambushing. There's a little bit of plasteel up here that we're going to snag in a moment. Barb is having a really good mood because of a catharsis, so we should be able to get her to go out and do some work. Well, that's in effect 2.2 days, so we should be able to get some good mining done in that time. Saving up for Tom, too? Hell yeah. Soul, at the moment, is the only one who's been unnamed by the community. She is an undergrounder, 7 with a double passion in shooting. She is our new cook with a double passion of 7, and she's kind of smart. Got a passion for melee, but she's never going to be meleeing. This thing has done its work smelting garbage up, so we can turn it off. And we've gotten some good upgrades on our people. Okay, guys, this is where I'm going to take a quick restroom break. The tummy, she's a rumbling a little bit. I'm going to put up the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to put up the links in chat to Bobby's music. If you're watching back on the VOD, those links will be down in the description. He's the one that does the music for my channel. He did it out of the kindness of his heart, so I always try to repay him by promoting his music. So if you enjoy what you hear, go over, give him some love from me. If you don't enjoy it, don't go and hate him. We spread love here. Anyway, nonsense. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Get up, stretch, grab yourselves a glass of water, all that good stuff, and I'll see you back here in a second. all right. Let's get back to the rim. Last sip of coffee of the day. Cheers, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out today. It's been a fun one. We've had some good progress, and that always makes me happy. Okay. So we were talking about getting some people some upgrades. I think Mila over here is still wearing stretch. I can stretch. Oh, let's do that. Oh, good little pop. Hydrate posture check. Again, I'm out of water and my filter is garbage, so we're gonna do no sugar lemonade. Barb, I'm sure we'll get in chat later, so remind me to chug a glass of water. Okay, cool. Yeah, my legs are getting kind of kicked after a week of getting hit by squats. Okay. Let's now flat out that Muffalo wool parka. Where is it? Okay, Mila, let's get you into a Muffalo wool parka out of the human leather one. Right. And I do believe Mila was also the one we wanted to get a new hat on. You've got a good Thrumbo fur. It was Bank who's got a human leather one. So yours is 16.6 versus this, which is 43.2. So let's get you into the ceremonial hood. Kind of fitting that our vamp cooldown is 13.4 days. Okay, anything left to smelt up? I don't think so. Barb can go back on area 1 so she can mine out that plasteel for us. Where is she currently? She's hauling the plasteel. Excellent. Wonderful. How's the other one? Barb is lagging behind by a little bit, so she's at 44.3. So 13.4 days and 44.3 days. I mean, I'm starting to get the feeling we're going to go almost full vampire colony. Like, probably not. That's a lot of blood bags to maintain, but if we had more carry weight, maybe we should have tried to bring that pig home as a blood bag. Whatever. We did wind up sending somebody out to meet them, so yeah, we still would have been overweighted because each person can carry 35 kilos and the person themselves is 35 kilos to carry that body back. Okay. Now, flak jacket. Who can we give the flak jacket to? Now, I do believe Humph is wearing a legendary Thrumbo fur, flak chest, flak helmet. I don't think we're going to swap that out. Julie's got the Mega Sloth wool parka, so we're going to keep that. If anybody has, like, a human leather one, sheep wool parka. Okay, Photoshop's got a human leather parka. They're good down to negative 40. This is providing 47.5, so they won't even be able to go below 0 without that. This thing provides probably very little coal. 25.9. We might give it to Photoshop. Mila, we just gave the Muffalo parka to. BD doesn't have anything that's like good material for cold. Nor does Soul. Bank's got the parka because they go out on the caravan. So Photoshop is realistically the only candidate for the flak jacket. I think we do that. I don't anticipate Photoshop going off of map. So let's just have them swap that out and see where they get to. 7.2. Not... Wait. That was before the switch? Negative 18.8. Oh, that was like right in the middle. Okay. I'm good with that. That'll do. Ben is going over here to build. I guess I'll let Ben build. His building needs to get leveled up anyway, so... Barb can repair through just about goddamn anything at the 15 construction she's got. Barb and Julie both have the great memory stat trait, and that's been really, really helpful for our colony. Maybe a pack animal might be useful. You really want that pack animal situation, don't you, Aya? That's, Ooh, there's an auto pistol up there. Let's do the auto pistol. Yeah, so let's do that. We'll get somebody on that reasonably quickly. You just keep complaining about carry weight on caravan. I know. It's just, I complain about everything. I complain about having too much food, having too little food, having too many colonists, having too few colonists. I complain about everything. I mean, I don't know if it's like hard complaining, but you know. Man, our small little base here, Manhunter pack. Arctic wolves. That is a lot of furry teeth coming at us. Okay, everybody's in base, right? Like, Barb is the only one zoned to be away from base. Okay. So, we're going to go to everybody on walls, and we're going to forbid the outer doors so that nobody does any stupid pathing bullshit, because that's what pawns always do. Outer doors are forbidden. We're locked in with our food. You just... So we're almost done with fall. For reference, for anybody out there who's curious how long we've been in here, we could check the real time in a second. We did that a little while ago. 384 in-game days. A year is 60. So 60, 120, 240, 3. We've been here almost 7 years of in-game time. Is that top door supposed to be held open? Yes. I do this because I like having access to the door, and deconstructing it loses us materials anyway. But when I have people going out, like Barb going out to go mine and stuff, going through 2 doors just slows them down so much. We'll use it for we'll use it when we're dealing with combat stuff, but when we're not dealing with combat stuff, we're going to hold it open. Let's get you repairing bait bot. Somebody else can do the... Let's get that auto pistol smelted so I can get this refinery off. Not refinery, smeltery. Been playing too many factory games. Oh, speaking of factory games, I won't talk about Dyson, except that little quip there, but Satisfactory is releasing their game finally. The 1.0 release of Satisfactory is coming out on September 10th. So it's, you know, a little less than 2 months away, but we're probably going to start doing Satisfactory Saturdays for a little while. Right now we're doing Hollow Knight. There's some other games we can noodle with if we finish our Hollow Knight playthrough before then. You know, we'll do some small ones or maybe dip our toe in some other stuff, whatever. But when Satisfactory releases, I'm going to start a single-player world because there's some stuff I really want to do. The last one was a huge learning experience. It was the first time I really dove into it on my own. But in addition to that, our wonderful friend Zed3900 offered to use his spare computer to host a community server. Satisfactory, I don't think you can play with unlimited people on, and I think even if we get to like a good handful, it might slow it a bit. But I figure it would be some good chaos fun. We could get on, bang through all of the early game stuff real quick with a group of people, and then just see what kind of fun we can have. Maybe people can claim spaces as their base, and like we could export resources to each other, or we could all work together on big factory projects. I really don't know. Yep. Arctic Fox Manhunters. Sparta. Bank got into a gunfight getting ambushed, and with their shitty auto pistol, no passion shooting at level 3, won the freaking fight against a pig who had flak armor. The pig was also like a 3 in shooting. It was just people who couldn't shoot. We couldn't move Baitbot because Bank's not the commander, But yeah, so we positioned Bank as far away as we could between, and left Baitbot between him and the ambusher. The ambusher aggroed the Baitbot. We moved to cover and shot back. Managed to get enough hits on him to get him to bleed. Stole his clothing and his food, and then came back home. Bank took one stray bullet because they were both terrible at shooting. So the pig accidentally hit him. I think he might have switched aggro. I moved the pawn, and he was firing at Baitbot still, but I'd have to go back and check the footage if I wanted to be sure. But Bank took one hit, and it's already healed. So, you know, good stuff. We actually have some drugs. We picked up some beer from the local traders. We were able to make our first 6 psychite tea. We've actually got a little bit of smoke leaf down. We've got a decent amount of rice. How is our chem fuel generator situation looking? Not terrible, but we might want to cook down some more sooner rather than later. Mila, what are you doing? Wandering? Why don't you grab some chem fuel? Let's keep these generators topped the fuck off. Oh, I want to make sure that we don't have an event while they're half juiced. Yeah. Oh, thank you for following. It's Neville. Or Neville. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So, I guess I should tell some stories because that's what you do as a streamer, right? So I started streaming, like, at this point I want to say a long time ago, but not like a long time ago. Not like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Star Wars status long ago. But I started streaming probably, I want to say half a year to a year before, right? Half a year to a year before COVID. And at the time, I was doing a lot of music production, all freelance stuff, had people coming to my house all the time, ranging from like a handful of guys coming in to do some hip hop vocals all the way up to like full 5-piece metal bands with their friends, all the different stuff. It was fantastic, good time. But at that point in my life, I was kind of looking to make a change because I wasn't chasing it hard enough to be at the upper echelon. And so I was barely scraping by, not doing any of my own music, really just kind of like grinding. And I'm like, man, if I'm going to grind, maybe I should do something that's a little bit more lucrative or a little bit more fun, one way or the other. And then COVID hit, and it was like, well, I'm definitely not going to have 5 sweaty metal dudes sitting in a tiny room in the house recording guitar, and, that's just, you can't do that during a pandemic. And so at one point or another, I had started trying to stream a little bit. I got into playing Minecraft after watching a bunch of, I came late to the party on Minecraft. I didn't start playing Minecraft until right before the Nether update, which was 1.16, I believe. And so I even had my world go into a beta, and it screwed up some of the stuff in there until they made some changes later on. And I don't even know what version it's on because I haven't played it in a little while because we were playing on the server a lot and we got into colony builders. Rimworld and Ani got their hooks into me pretty good, which we were talking about earlier. So when I started streaming Minecraft, the original thought was, I'm good at running my mouth and I'm pretty decent at playing video games. So why don't I give this streaming thing a try? And so I was taking a crack at it, was enjoying it. I'd watched a bunch of Minecraft creators, the Hermitcraft guys, a lot of Philza's videos and streams. And then I was just doing it, just talking, hanging out. I had like 1 or 2 people coming to watch me on the regular, but like literally like 1 or 2, and they weren't always there. And then one day I was chilling, and someone came in that I hadn't seen before. They followed, they talked to me the whole time. We just bounced back and forth, discussing life, Minecraft, all of the bits and pieces, that you discuss during stream. And then it came close to the end of stream. I was getting ready to wrap up. They had to head out for the evening. Excuse me if I pass out. Just came home from a party. No stress, Sparta. Hopefully you had a really good time. Glad you're getting out there and enjoying life. And so when they came in and we were talking, we were just, like I said, bullshitting about every little thing. Nothing crazy, no like out there stuff. But when they went to leave, they were like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I've been struggling with depression and anxiety. I've been hospitalized for suicide attempts before, and I had an amazing day today. I didn't think about any of that dark stuff, and I had a smile on my face, and that's all because I had you. You know, your stream really saved me today, and I wanted to thank you for that. And I was like, holy shit, really? Because I was just doing this because, like, I'm going to be playing the games anyway, and I'm going to be talking to an empty room while I do it, so maybe I should just put a camera on. And so that really solidified it for me. I was like, you know, it doesn't matter if I ever make a single cent playing this game. Rating with 36, Mr. Ben coming in. And Frosty's off cooldown, so it automatically threw the link up with a little synopsis. Guys, go check out Mr. Ben. We popped in to raid him the other day. He's been hanging out here. He's the namesake of Mr. Ben, our pawn here, who has been doing work. I gotta say, Ben, you were instrumental in dealing with the Devourer raid that we had earlier today. So guys, yeah, definitely go show some love to Mr. Ben. We've been getting to know all the Rimworld communities out there, making a lot of new friends. Like I said earlier, it's amazing that a game that more or less centers on war crimes and doing horrible things has such a wonderful and accepting community. Ben, if you gotta dip and go get yourself some food, take restroom break, whatever, you know, totally understand. Thank you for coming over and trusting your community with me. I really appreciate that. And we were just telling stories about how when I got into streaming, the reason I stayed is because someone said that I saved them from their dark thoughts. And it really, really meant something to me because I've dealt with anxiety, depression, all that stuff my entire life. I didn't realize that I had bipolar and undiagnosed ADHD. So about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I finally got on meds. I had tried to get on meds at one point because I was like, fuck it, I might as well try something. I'm not loving life, so maybe I'll try something. Hey. How are you, good sir? And so I had a bad experience the first time. I got on some meds that made me internally like suicidal, but I couldn't express myself, so everyone thought I was getting better, but I was actually getting worse. So that was a scary experience, but eventually I got off them. It made it really difficult for me to want to try meds again, but eventually I did, and I found the right ones, and they've been very helpful for me. Meds aren't always for everybody, but I think whatever mental health journey you're on, it's important to like try the tools at your disposal. Just try and do what you can to straighten out the old noggin. But I digress, often and shamelessly. When that person told me, hey, you're the reason I didn't have these dark thoughts today, it really hit home for me. It really hit me right in the heart muscles, right? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. So I appreciate that. Sorry, was on blind raid, had rough moment. Oh, no stress. Hopefully it was just a rough Rimworld moment and not a rough real life moment. Either way, all the love and hugs being sent your way, my dude. Yeah. So basically, I found that I could do what I love, which is playing video games and talking and meeting people, and I could help people. So we have rough Rimworld moments. Jesus Christ. Ben, I probably spent almost half of my stream, probably at least 2 hours, micromanaging a fight with 8 Devourers. Like, we've put up maybe like 8 new wall segments today. So this is more or less the base we had. And we had 8 Devourers come in that I had to deal with. We were literally doing like, we might as well have been playing chess. It was literally like position, unpause, pause, reassess. Position, unpause, pause. We like legit might as well have been playing a turn-based tactics game or playing a game of chess. And we had a small team at each of the doors, and we were just door juking them. Every time they would aggro to someone, we'd take one pot shot at them, and as soon as they got out of range to jump on another door, we'd open that door and close the one we took a pot shot from, and gradually, over like an obscene amount of time, we got all of them bleeding. And once they were all bleeding, they just kind of started slowing down. It allowed us to get a few more shots off every time we popped the door open, and they wound up bleeding and getting downed. And that's why we've got a whole freezer full of twisted meat over here. We even made a little bit of it into chem fuel. I'm trying not to make too much of the meat into chem fuel now that we got our hydroponics set up going. Ooh, our first round of smoke leaf is coming in. So we officially have beer that we traded for, tea that we made, and smoke leaf is going to get rolled into joints here in a second. So we finally have mood. We finally have drugs to help manage mood. I couldn't be happier right now. Yeah, butchered all the devourers for giggles, made all of the dread leather into corsets and top hats, and then sent it out to get traded. Soul, why are you in the doorway? Why? Why? What is our wealth at? We're at 91,000 wealth. Not thrilled about that. How is it on our cooldown, Rich? Ooh, I can't believe we can do festivals already. Once these foxes go, we'll do some festivals. We might even be able to take on another pawn. As crazy as that might sound, we might be able to take on another pawn or two. We've been doing all right on food. In fact, I feel like we're rice positive, more or less. We are kind of micromanaging chem fuel, so... Bank out there or home. Oh, the foxes are snoozing. Yeah, they'll be gone soon. So what did you think of the finale? Oh, Lenza. Mind-blowing. Now, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen the finale of The Boys. Really crazy show. Really crazy show. We were commenting on how badass the actors are in that. Like, especially the guy who plays Homelander. Like, it's easy to look at at Homelander and be like, oh yeah, that's Homelander. But when you think about the fact that there's Anthony Starr, thank you. When you think about the fact that there's actually a human being that has to internalize that thought process and express that on their face. Like, there's a scene where it's just so many facial expressions in a very short amount of time that bring you through the emotions, the sadness, the anger, the self-loathing. Like, it all, like, gets worn on his face without a single word being spoken. And we had to watch that moment a couple of times just to be like, holy shit, do you see how good of an actor that dude is? For what I've seen, he's good mates with Carl Urban. Who's Carl Urban? I'm real bad with people's... shame you did it so late. Billy Butcher. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm really bad at knowing the names of people, like actors and stuff. So I do apologize. I don't mean any disrespect to the actors. I'm more of a game buff than a film buff. But I do enjoy me some good media of all shapes and sizes. But yeah. I did make a call, and again, I'm not going to spoil it, but I was like, when I was watching the last episode, I was like, I bet you X, Y, and Z. And sure enough, it happened. Now, there's a lot of other stuff that happened that surprised the living shit out of me, and it was just an insane, wild ride. But man, they did such a good job on that season. And it's one of those things where, like, they're not going to put out another season for at least another year or two. No girlfriend. How you doing? What's up? 69 viewers. We had a couple of raids come in. Mortal Smurf and Mr. Ben raided in today. And thank you again. If you guys are still out there lurking or doing your thing, whatever the case may be, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I've been doing my very best to really make a good go at this. I've been streaming full-time, 36 plus hours a week for about a year and a half now, maybe a little bit longer. November of 2022 is where I started my long streak of doing this full time, and at the moment it's just definitely a grind, but I get to meet new people, get to hang out, get to share experiences both about the game and life. As I was talking about the whole mental health thing earlier today, it's nice to be able to do what you love and be able to provide a space to help other people and to make them comfortable. So yeah, our pawns are looking quite good. Barb over here is solid. Stuck indoors. Yeah, I mean, there's man-hunting wolves outside. Do you really want to go for a walk? I really would love to pair people off so we could start getting people's moods up by having a partner. Vroom vroom. Yeah. We've got the emote, so if you guys hear loud cars, feel free to hit that vroom vroom emote. As I like to say, we turn annoyances into engagement here on the channel. No sense being upset about things when you can just make it into a meme, right? What was I just looking at? Looking at needs. Serious pain on Julie. We're gonna have to make Julie into a vampire. Like, we have to. Those scars gotta go. And that means we give the jump pack to someone else because she'll be able to team a gen jump. So we've got 10.8 days. We've also got our rituals available. Are all of the Wolfsoft map? Not quite yet. I've been stuck in an airport for 5 hours. Feel sorry for me, please. Oh, dude, I am sorry. That is intense. I've done the stuck in the airport thing a few times in my life, and it is never a good time. There's no comfortable place to relax or whatever. Computer systems are all out of whack today. Dang, I'm sorry. What's going on, Ben? Is it just you having is that like computer systems like your gaming streaming computer? Or are you talking about like, do you do like IT or something like that? Polar bear animal migration. I really don't care about these. Microsoft software caused half the internet to poof. No shit. The airlines, etc., had some major outages. That's insane. You never realize how fragile our infrastructure is until shit starts to go wrong, right? Wasteland, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Half the world went poof. I mean, I had an internet outage last night. I wonder if that was related. I was worried that I forgot to pay my internet bill, and I called, and they're like, "There's an outage in your area." It was like, I think it was like 1 or 2 in the morning, and they were like, "We expect the outage to be repaired by 7 a.m." And then 5 minutes later, it was repaired. Luckily, I wasn't playing a game that I needed internet connection for at the time, so it'd be worthless tomorrow, probably. So whatever company was responsible for that, tomorrow when their stock price drops, you should buy it. Always buy emotional dips. Things like that happen and people get emotional. They're like, it's all coming apart. You know. I used to do a little stock analysis. I tried to get into trading myself, but the trading side of things, I really had a hard time leaving all of my emotion out of it. The fear and the greed can hit you quite easily. I was really good at analyzing. I could predict stocks really well, watching their charts and patterns and analyzing stuff. But every time I put myself in front of the keyboard and tried to pull the trigger myself, so to speak, always lost money. So I make a better analyst than trader, but I am not actively into it. It's one of those things I kind of forced myself to learn, but it provides zero dopamine to my brain to do that stuff. And with the ADHD, I'm very dopamine oriented. If it provides me with some sort of direct feedback, I'm about it. I want these foxes off the goddamn map. Like most analysts then. Yeah. Okay, he's almost off the bat. I've been bag holding for a while now, waiting for recoveries back to pre-COVID. Yeah. COVID, when it hit, it was one of the best time to buy stocks. If you look at the stock charts, there was just COVID hit, and there's always an emotional reaction to events like that, right? And you see where COVID started to happen, and the stock market just took a shit. And right at the bottom of that, I was like, this is the buy time. This is when you buy. I didn't have money. I told some of my friends who didn't listen to me. And then like a couple of months later, and definitely by the end of COVID, it was not only back to where it was, but higher up. I haven't been paying attention in a couple of years, so I'm not sure what's going on. But it's always by emotional dips. That's why I was just saying that if a stock is taking a crap because something happened with the internet today, if they're down tomorrow, buy the stock if you're a trader, because that's going to be one little blip. I mean, unless it's a crappy company, like if some no name, one person company accidentally released a virus that crashed a bunch of stuff, maybe don't buy that company. But if it was Microsoft's fault and Microsoft takes like a 20% dip tomorrow, they're going to recover because it's not based on like, it's not going to be based on financials or planning or profits or anything. It's going to be based on an emotional reaction, and those emotional reactions are always a good time to buy. If I'll have money. Microsoft partner. Cool. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to get in the market. Even though I know that that's probably a good time to buy on that emotional dip, I also know that if I pull that trigger, I'm not gonna be able to get out. Like I won't. How am I trying to phrase this? Even though I know the in, I don't know the out. And that's one thing I learned about trading is you never get into a trade, but you always need to know you're out before you get in. Because trying to decide an out once you get in is almost impossible, because then you're in it. You see profits, you get greedy. You see dips and you get scared. So you make a plan, you say, okay, if this happens, I'm going to buy it. And then after I buy it, if this happens, I'm going to sell it on the good side. And if this happens on the bad side, I'm going to sell it here. And as long as you make your plan before you're emotionally and financially invested and you stick to that plan, and that plan is based on actual like good trading practices, you will eventually start making money. Like I said, I'm a very emotional person. I've had people ask, like, do you think Nether is a logical person or an emotional person? And people that haven't gotten to know me really deeply, but they're around, they'll always say Nether's a logical person. People that get to know me really well and who've been friends for a long time are like, Nether's an emotional person. And the reason I think there's that both. One of the freezer doors isn't forbidden. Oh, right. Yeah, let's not let them go in and out that way. So I try, as an emotional person, I try to lean on logic to mitigate the problems that my emotional state will cause. So I think it's good to be emotional. I think it's good to be in touch with your emotions, but I think it's good to put checks and balances in place to make sure that they don't get the better of each other. Don't get the better of the logical side. So I try to use logic to keep my emotional side in check, but I am a very emotional person. I react, I feel things. I can literally put on a sad song and just start crying. Even if I'm in a perfectly good mood, I just feel the emotion coming out of it. So I'm not afraid to cry. And often I'll stream even if I'm in a reasonably negative headspace a lot of times. Couple of reasons. Firstly, I think it's important to be a real person. There's a lot of you want to put your best foot forward in any endeavor, especially some sort of entertainment or social endeavor. And I don't stream if I'm at the point where I think I might do damage or be hurtful to the community or fuck up my gameplay or whatever the case may be. But if it's not at that level of extreme emotion, then I like to stream and show what it is to be a human being. You know, there's a lot of facade out there, a lot of only showing the best of the best. And I'm not saying that that's the wrong thing to do. You want to share the best moments, but I like to be an example of someone who streams and shows what it is to be a person. And oftentimes if I'm streaming and I'm having a bad day, whether it's an emotional reaction to something or some sort of health problem or whatever, more often than not, I would say the vast majority of the time, by the end of stream, my mood is dramatically better. Like getting to hang out with people, getting to play the games, getting to do the things that I love really helps check that. And I think a lot of stuff has been said in the past by people I know who are like, if you're feeling bad, exercise or walk or drink water and stuff like that. And it really is true. If you kind of push yourself through and do the things that you know you love and you know that help you stay healthy and happy, you can kind of overcome it. Now, that's not true for everything, but you get better over time during streams. I've seen it firsthand. Yeah. Thank you for saying that, Sparta. I appreciate that, because that's what I try to do. All right, Barb's up here digging at something. Actually, let's get you to haul that back, and then let's start doing our ideology rituals. We'll get Barb back. We'll zone her like the rest of people, and we'll do our ideology rituals. Maybe we can get something out of it. Not going to bullshit you. Thank you. I'm not going to bullshit anybody else either. Excellent. Yeah, I'm a very straightforward type of person. I try to avoid bullshitting people. I am a bit diplomatic. You know, if conversation topics come up that are going to tank people out and stuff, like we try to avoid too much political and religious talk here because those are very hot button issues for almost everybody in the world. Vroom, vroom. Jesus. That's loud. I'm sure all of you heard that. Again, I used to rent the room across the hall as well. I live in a house with a bunch of roommates. I'm the primary roommate, so I manage everything and whatnot. And I was renting 2 rooms for a while so I could have an office to stream and do music production. But when I got sick, it really was not cost effective to be doing that. So we make concessions where we have to in life. And unfortunately, that does mean we're going to have to deal with the occasional loud muffler person. So that is the thing. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? These are down to 18 of 30. We've got 63. Thank you for following. Wait, Sparta, were you not following up to this point, or did you accidentally? You keep forgetting to follow. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I could have sworn you were already following. You've been here like every day for months now. Okay, focus, Nether, focus. Stories are good, but we're actually playing a game too. So, we were down to almost, like, I think we're at, like, negative 48 because I accidentally stripped one of our friends. So and we've done no gift giving. This is all through trade. Dance, dance, dance. So we're not going to get an ideology reform out of this, but... Yeah, let's get the parties going. See what we can sort out. At the very least, we could get some organ donors and trade stuff off. Blood bags, miners, organ donors. You know, we got a lot of slots we can fill here. Oh no! Don't deconstruct. Wrong button. Wow, they are out in force today. Boring. Okay, let's just run that again. Come on, guys. How could you be bad at partying? You guys, we're gonna make it. Like, we're gonna be at a badass situation when we finally get to floor this place. Sometimes I do these all back to back, but I kind of want to check them as they come in. Because if we have a pawn we want to keep, I'd like them to get the mood buff from having more parties. What do we got here? Too smart, which I think... Does that come with a... Yeah, I think that's an increased mental break threshold. They're good at mining. I don't like that increased mental break threshold, but let's check all the other bits and pieces. No health problems. Father is dead. Mindy is not here. Right. They immediately come in as friends with Barb and Humph because they're beautiful from being vampires. So that's a whole thing. I can't deal with this mental break threshold. I actually can't. As good as his mining is, he's not even going to be able to get much work done on it because we'd have to outfit him with good clothes. He's going to immediately mental break. What is your cold resistance? Not very good. We could dress you up and use you as a blood bag. We need to turn Julie, because Julie's getting a major mood debuff from the pain she's in, so we need her to be a vampire. Okay. I think Erwin over here... okay, we're going to bring Erwin in. I need to get more tables up. We're going to bring Erwin in. We're going to put them into some decent clothing. And then we're going to arrest them and make them into a new blood bag. We'll deal with him, and then we'll do our other parties after. We've got 4 more to do. I don't like when they get too spaced out, but I'd rather have them get spaced out than flummox this... not flummox, that's the wrong word. Flop this this join. We could definitely get this guy... We could do something with this guy. So let's not look a gift horse in the mouth here. So drop your revolver, drop your meals, and then what do we got? We've got human leather parka. So it's all human leather. So let's get you into the excellent one. Now you can keep the sash on. Let's get you into the face mask. And your toque is 27.5 insulation. This hat is 13. So that is going to be your outfit. That brings you down to negative 34. That'll do. Now let's go just stand you in the prison here. Don't worry, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Why is the vampire with a stabby horn going to come and join me? Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about anything here, sir. Okay. Arrested. Now, we did get medicine, so we're going to use decent medicine. And we should put something in there. You know what? Yeah, let's install that there for them, and then let's put this bedroll. I'm going to do that. Reinstall this here. Barb. Come on, get off of the bedroll. Prioritize working on that. Yeah, that's fine. He'll deal with it. This is going to be for prisoners. So, Irwin over here, we need his legs off. So he should lay down. Okay. Let's get Barb to micromanage that. Okay. The way we've been dealing with all of our scars and problems with our pawns has basically been like, oh, you're the most beat up? Let's turn you into a vampire. Now you're not beat up anymore. So Julie is going to get vampirized. It's just kind of what we have to do. That, this bite scar, this was from a social fight in the middle of a mech raid, which is like, Jesus Christ, guys! Can you worry about being assholes to each other after we kill the giant freaking mechanical insects? But this old gunshot wound with 16% pain, that's got to go. That's going to cause a lot of problems. So, okay, so the peg leg went in. Remove left peg leg. Let's get you doing that. Wait, is it dirty in there at all? It is not. Okay, perfect. Okay, phenomenal. Install wooden leg, right leg? Yeah. Do we need this? Let's clean the prison barracks. And then have you operate on them. More or less the main reason we're growing wood is so we have wood to install peg legs. Okay. That went good. Remove peg leg right. Slow it down at the end here. Is that solid? Cut off, cut off, cut off. Excellent. I want them to be a hemogen farm, obviously, but we're not going to queue that up because they've got blood loss from surgery right now. But there we go. We have another hemogen farm, so we can have another vampire or two in the colony. Vampires on ice. We're going to do the vampire shuffle here at Vampires on Ice, where all of your blood-sucking needs will be met. Okay, so we got to make sure Irwin over here is set up for paste. And we're going to put them on Doctor Care, no medicine. Alright, you can have your last normal meal. You can get some pemmican, because that's what Humph is giving it to you anyway. That should bring us back around to doing our rituals. So let's knock that out. I can't wait till we have all 6 speakers. I can't wait till we have better walls, for fuck's sake. Blue. We got a new blood bag. You were here earlier, so I don't know how much you... we're up to 10 pawns, one of which is usually off-map trading, because they have body mastery. We got them last time. We got Sol and Mila. Sol hasn't been named yet. Okay, new join event. What do we got here? A child. You guys know how I feel about children. An 11-year-old tortured artist. Brother is Irwin, the guy we just put in prison, turned into a blood bag. And again, they come in friends with the pretty vampires. Everybody is so freaking superficial in Rimworld. You're beautiful. We're friends, right? All right, child. I love how the core of our base is our hemogen farms. All right, child. Allow food. Nothing. Operations. Left lung. Left kidney. Put you on good medicine. Barb, how is your needs? She needs some things, but we're gonna get her to do one operation, then we'll let her do. We'll let her eat. Also, we can smelt down that knife, but we won't do it right this second. Same thing with the revolver there. Okay, Photoshop, would you haul that? And Barb is removing body part, perfect. So we're gonna finish up our rituals. If we get a new pawn, we get a new pawn. If we get more organs, we get more organs. But either way, we're gonna make something happen here. You consume the meal while you clean the prison. And Barb is the only one set to doctor. It's amazing how many skills Barb has. She's not even talented in medical, but she's got a 10. We had to give a skill trainer to Killer just to get him to be high enough medical. Our base runs on blood. Absolutely does. Barb's already on top of removing the body part. She's probably going to get upset because she witnesses the death of a child, but, you know, such is life out on the Arctic Circle. Witnessed ally's death. That's... okay, so we're going to start just taking a kidney and a lung. Soy and BD. Oh, it's Soul. Soul is not named. That's the name they came on the map with. They're an undergrounder, 7 shooting, 7 cooking. They're our new cook. 4 intellectual, 3 melee. BD over here is a tough 13 in shooting specialist. A little bit of social, a little bit of animals, good melee a little bit too. So, okay, so... okay, the death of the kid. We need to get him butchered immediately. Is this our human-like? Wait, who's our new cook? I swear Soul is our new cook. Wait. Who is our cook? Mila's our new cook, because Mila's actually at an 8. Soul could be a secondary cook, but screw it. Yeah, no stress at all. You guys are watching on small screen status, so don't worry about it. Okay. Child is butchered. Next party. I'm not even sure what I'm hoping for on this. Grump. That's not a bad looking pawn. Health issues? Artery blockage. Don't want to deal with that bullshit. Social? Acquaintance. No real... How old are you? 47, artery blockage. We could try and give him a heart. We yanked a heart out of a kid. I mean, that's another shooting specialist. We've actually been handling food well enough, Blue. If you check out our rice collection, we've got 447 rice. So... and we've got 2 basins of cotton, a basin of fiber corn, a basin of smoke leaf, and a basin of psychoid. So we can afford the food, I think. We don't really have a good gun for him, is my biggest concern, but I think we might keep him. Well, provided we could get that heart into him. I think we try to give him a heart. We'll go all the way to Glitter World since we're trying to keep him. We'll make this for medical. I guess keeping him purely depends on if the surgery succeeds. Yeah, more or less. And that still leaves us with 2 rituals. Out of 4 rituals, we got 3 joint events, so that's pretty goddamn good right there. Can we get somebody to fuel the chem fuel generators? We need just a little bit of wind. You know what, guys? I never put on background music today for myself. I'm gonna throw on a quick playlist for the rest of stream here, just because I wanna have a little bit of something. Not that the Rimworld music isn't badass, but you know, every once in a while I need something a little more bouncy to keep my energy up. Okay. How is your insulation? It's fine. No doctor, because Barb is asleep. Barb, let's wake up. Come on, Barb. Perfect timing, too. Everybody's sleeping, so nobody's making a mess. Heart went in. Heart went in. We've got a new pawn. If anybody wants to name somebody, Grump. 47-year-old kind, 10, double passion and shooting, double passion melee, 7, social single passion. Let's get him a work schedule. When he gets up, we're going to make him into a shooting specialist. That can go back on there. That can go there. That can go there. You don't need to warden, hunt, construct, grow. Everybody cleans and everybody hauls. Okay. Now, getting a gun for him is going to be a very high priority. We might also, once one of these other crops come in, we might want to switch it back over to rice now. I'll claim the name, whatever psychically sensitive pawn you decide to keep. Love Psycast. Yeah. So far we don't have psychically sensitive pawns, but I would definitely enjoy getting some Psycasters. It's just a matter of getting to the point where we can go up with the Empire, because we don't have an anima tree, so we can't get the natural meditation ones. But I think we can do some stuff. I was talking about how with Anomaly you can put Death Refusal on a royal after they've named their heir, and basically like just throw the title around. Saw some love bubbles in there. We're going somewhere. We're going somewhere. I like to slow it down right at the end. Okay. Okay, so that means we have gotten a new recruit, new blood bag, and some organs to trade. So this is absolutely where we're going to send out Bank again. Send caravan, accept. So Baitbot and... Where's Bank? Baitbot and Bank, you're going to go out. Take the human leather. We don't have enough drugs to sell. Take the kidney and the lung. We could chop these people up. Do we chop them up real quick? so we can maximize profit. Yep, hang on. Missing a corpse. How? Oh, because this is our entity corpses. Wait a second. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong? Is this... That's our animal corpses. Right. So that's our human corpses. We're trying to kind of micro our butchering. We don't want to butcher everything as soon as it comes in. Oh, God, everybody's eating without a table. Hang on. We're just going to micro this a little bit. After that group eats... There. Share the chairs. Ben, let's have you wait. There we go. I don't want to eat without a table debuffs. We already got too many debuffs from other nonsense. Grump is putting on warmer clothing, which is fantastic. They are going to be good down to -8, which is not the best, but it is a thing. I'm going to turn the volume down on this because bouncy electronic music does not need to be overwhelmingly loud. It just needs to be loud enough to keep me awake and on top of it. Okay, so that's sorted. Actually, we got to wait for them to haul it because it won't count the stuff in their hands. So let's get that hauled over to the shelf. Mr. Ben is fixing the windmill. Excellent, excellent. Okay, world map down here. Send caravan, accept baitbot, and... Why is it so hard for me to find bank? There's bank. You're going to bring all that human leather. I'm going to have you ditch that one dread leather. We don't need it. We'll keep the cloth. We've been making extra little bits and pieces of stuff out of that. You're going to take the kidney. You're going to take the lung. We just bought the beer, so we're going to keep that. You're going to bring all of the money. You can sell the child's clothing and all this random junk that people came in with. The poor Took can go. And you're not bringing anything, which is good. I'm going to keep the chicken eggs. We'll make fine meals out of eggs and meat. Or eggs and rice. Okay, I think that's the jam right there. So 95K before he gets off map. We wound up keeping Grump here. A kind shooter. There'll be a shooting specialist here in a second. Another shooting specialist, basically. The main thing we need is combatants on this map. There is so little actual work to be done that, like, most people are just idle all the time, just keeping their mood up, getting ready for combat. So we did have to replace their heart. But fortunately, we had yanked a heart out of a child right before he got here. So he might be middle-aged, but his heart is 11 years old. Good times. Ooh. The miner did wind up being a blood bag. Yep. I can't function with too smart. The mood debuff we get from that, like, when you have too smart, their mood breaks here, as opposed to on a normal pawn it breaking here. So that mood break percentage was just going to make sure that they would have never gotten the mining done. They would have walked up there, mood broke, came back. Walked up there, mood broke, came back. I mean, we have drugs, but not worth taking somebody that's going to be that much of a liability. Where was my brain right now? Right. So I did just switch them over to a hemogen farm, but we're going to actually cancel the first hemogen extract because I think they're still a little under the weather from losing both of their legs. Barb really knocked it out of the park with the surgeries this time around, so pretty happy about that. Wait, I don't have you zoned? I mean, I don't know where you found that Arctic fox corpse, but if you found a... Oh, right, that's the one that was mad that I never actually brought in. Good job, Grump. But let's get you on the right schedule now. Let's also get you on the right sleeping schedule. I might have to stagger this even more. In fact, yeah. We're still micromanaging chairs over here, right? So Julie and Killer need to be on the same schedule. So let's do this. Let's... Is that right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. No. One in the wrong direction. And then let's put... Right? Wait, no, that should not overlap with this one at all, because it's directly offset. Right? No, that still looks wrong. What am I doing wrong here? Are those not set correctly? Those are not set correctly, are they? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have messed up the biphasic scheduling, guys. 4, 5, 6, so then it should have 6. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so this has been a little bit off the whole time. No big deal, no big deal. Let's just fix our mistakes a little bit. So that's you guys. And then that will shift that. And then that shifts this whole other thing backwards, right? Mila, I'm going to move you next to Killer for the sake of making scheduling a little easier to see. Yeah, so boop, boop. Now that should be right. And we're going to go here, here, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? This one only has 3 sleep. I am failing left and right. Hang on a second. This is absolutely atrocious. This is absolutely atrocious. Let's bring this the other way. Sorry for the micromanagement, everybody, but Nether has to make the math add up or he's going to lose his mind. Alright. So then you guys can be there. And there. With that like that. And then the other schedule is going to be 2, 4, 5, and then we shift that to the left one. Now it kind of makes sense. They're staggered, and it's not awkward spacing. So we have 3 separate schedules here, mostly to manage the fact that we only have 4 chairs in our colony. All that effort was so that people don't eat without a table. Okay. Math has been sorted. I'm going to switch this back over to rice, because we just brought on another person. And there's Nightbot being a good streamer for me. Guys, if you want to come and join us on the Discord, the link's up there, as well as the link to my YouTube, where I upload all of the VODs from my playthroughs. Right now, I think there's a couple of more videos from our Anomaly playthrough going up before we start the Sea Ice one. I've got a lot of uploading, scheduling, all that type of stuff. I've decided to not continue putting up the current Magic the Gathering content that I've been putting up from playing Arena. I might reformat, try some new things, but the style of video I was doing does not play well. Might necessitate me to have a separate channel for Magic, because it is so much different than the video games we play here that that could be the reason that it's not working out great. But, okay, we've got 30 plasteel, so 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. But whatever the case may be, it's not playing well on the channel, and rather than leaving it going up and clogging everything up, I'm going to make the effort to clean up the channel a little bit. I'm not going to delete anything. Anything that's already scheduled is going to continue to go up. But, you know, you got to try new things here and there. So that's what we did. So Bank is out and about. It might not be reaching the right audiences. Yeah, exactly. It's also, I try to just do, there's none of me in it. It's just the games edited to be kind of quick-paced, so you can see the whole game. So, I don't know. But it is what it is. Like I said, you got to try new things as a creator here and there. Either the style of content. Now, the shorts that I uploaded of Magic Arena were doing all right. So they're just a lot more difficult to capture, and I've been on a bit of a cooldown, so to speak, from Magic. When Modern Horizons 3 came out, I was very excited, but since they don't have a Mastery Pass on Arena for it, it's a little difficult to keep up with cards if you're not spending money on it. Paper Magic is a millionaire's game, but, I mean, not really. I'm just making a little bit of a joke there. But it does feel like that sometimes. I'm going to have Barb haul in this steel real quick. And Arena's not, but sometimes it can feel like it. With the way they did Modern Horizons, because I think I don't know exactly how Wizards does all of their stuff, but it was kind of I don't want to say a one-off set, but it wasn't like I guess a main set, so to speak. So there's no Mastery Pass for it, and they did this thing where you have to spend gems, which is the premium currency, to unlock the Modern Horizons 3 store to get packs and get other stuff. And you can still get packs with the gold you earn from your dailies, but when you can't earn packs from experience and mastery stuff, it's really difficult to keep up with the current meta. So I've been falling off a little bit because my decks are a little outdated, and I'm not about to go spend a few $100s to get up to date with the current meta. Let's reconnect this and get that knife smelted up real quick. $100 steel. Interesting. I think we do have a revolver. Yes, good eyeballs. Good eyeballs. Did I take the revolver? Oh, I didn't put that up. Oh, Grump doesn't have a bed because this is not supposed to be from medical. Sorry about that, Grump. Okay, there's also a couple of slag trunks out there that I kind of want to bring back in. Oh my god, Barb, go home. Gentle snow at -61 outside. It is... I can't believe we're running 3 chem fuel generators inside and 6 heaters, and we're still having trouble fighting the cold. That's sea ice for you. And Barb is on another food binge. I guess it is what it is, right? Why is it so hard to keep... I mean, I know her expectations are higher than everybody else's. Rebuffed by Humph, witnessed Ally's death, had to rebuff Mr. Ben. Okay, so the beauty of everybody is starting to cause problems with mood. Everybody's so beautiful that they're pissed off about not being able to get together. Totally gotcha. Gotcha. Guys... I hate to take a second restroom break because I try not to take more than one, but it seems to be an inevitability in my streams. So I'm going to take another quick one right now. We got about an hour and a half or so left. If we got any crazy stuff going on right at the end, we'll go late to make sure it's sorted. But I will be right back. If you enjoy the music, please go click over to Bobby's pages. Show him some love. See you in a sec. And just like that, we're back in action. We're going to let Barb food binge again. As crazy as it is, letting her binge is Not the worst thing in the world right now. The biggest problem with her food binging is she's just going to keep walking in and out of the goddamn freezer. But at the end of the day, it is negative 62 degrees outside. So I might actually just open up this door here. Yeah, you know what? Let's hold this door open. Because I think the door being held open is actually going to make it colder in here than using this. So I'm going to actually turn that off so we're not spending the power. And we'll just use nature to keep our freezer cold. That might become problematic with people walking in and out of the goddamn thing. Where are you going? Yeah. You know what, Grump? I'm going to let you have that pemmican. You came in at the end of the parties, so it's not like you got any of the mood buff from it. That'll be the last non-paced meal you eat for quite some time. Every time we make fine meals, Barb winds up binging on them. We've gotten through, what, like 5 chunks of plasteel, maybe? It's slow going, but we're getting there, slowly but surely. Bank is out there making us bank, keeping our wealth off map. We're at 89,000 wealth without bank here. Mila just keeps cooking egg fine meals, and Barb just keeps eating them. Whatever. It's fine. Everything is fine. So after those rituals, we're 10 out of 20 points. So we've got a ways to go. We've got a ways to go before we can reform again. Now, when we reform, fluid ideology necessitates us to have a fluid approach to things. So I'm going to unrestrict Julie for a hot second. Julie, would you come up? Yep, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted you to do, Julie. So, like, I think the most well-known roll with the punches ideology fluid situation is that if you get an off-map sunblocker, you can go into the darkness precept, and that means you get combat in darkness preferred, and since it's always dark, you're going to have a massive boost to your accuracy. You throw a shooting specialist in there, you can gun down most things pretty easily. The issue with that is that we would have to either have darkness or tunneler. And as we saw with tunneler, the problems with keeping everyone in the dark make issues for us. So I'm not sure if I'm hoping for an off-map sunblocker or not, to be honest with you. The other thing is, once we get to the point where we can reliably keep our people fed and keep all of the beer and drugs we want, we're going to be able to, we could theoretically add high life, have everybody drink a beer a day. Their mood will be through the roof because they get the bonus for drinking the beer as well as the bonus for engaging with high life. So we've got a lot of possibilities as far as our fluid ideology is concerned. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I should have done this immediately. We're going to suspend the production of fine meals because we're basically making them and Barb is eating them. So the next time somebody goes on a food binge, like the next time they go on a food binge. What an absurd thing to just let happen. All right, we're going to stay off of making fine meals after this because we're dipping into our supply here. And the next time we... Are you off? Yeah, you're off food binge. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. How many fine meals do we have? We have 6. Wait, you're high on Go Juice? When did you take Go Juice? You're not supposed to take Go Juice. Did she do that while she was on a food binge? God, I'm glad she didn't get addicted. That would be a pain in the ass to manage. Alright. You do have a catharsis now, right? You don't even have a Wait, no, that's Sam. You have a catharsis. Julie, where are you going? No. No. What I want you to do... Oh, you've already hauled it in. We can get you back to where you need to be. Let's put you here. And let's make sure that we get rid of this little bit down here. Excellent. And we can get the party going again. Not the ideology parties. The party that is us hanging out and playing on stream together here. I mean, while she has a catharsis, I guess we'll let her, like, stay on the schedule she's been on so she can go and mine stuff. We've got a good amount of power at the moment. Let's make sure metal from slag is selected. One of them should knock that out. All right, how much steel do we have right now? 137. 137 steel. Do we put in another hydroponics basin? We've been doing pretty good keeping ahead of the food, but we did just bring on another person, and Barb's been going on food binges. I think the food binges have been a little detrimental. Okay. What were the things I said we needed? We got the kitchen electric stove up and going. How much does a stone cutter cost? That's like one of the tools we're missing in our kit here. 105. We don't have a gun for Grump. Gun. Gotta be a gun. Right? We've got 40 components. 7 components and 60 steel gets us a gun for Grump. Yep, it's gotta be a gun. This is starting to feel a little bit more like a normal Rimworld playthrough. It was just such a slow grind, trying to get all the food online. I've talked about what I would change if I had this to do over again. One of the main things that I would change is I would stay at a single pawn much longer. I think I would stay with at a single pawn up until I had the hydroponics going. Like a chem fuel generator, hydroponics, something like that. I'm not 100% sure because you got to roll with the punches when you're playing something like this. But at the end of the day, I think we brought our population up a little too much. It might have been better for us to take the mood hit from not accepting Barb. Now Barb has become like the leader of our colony and a very important linchpin to our strategy. But at the time, it may have been a mistake to keep her. And then there were a couple other questionable things we made as far as decisions. We did the best we could at any given time. We've definitely had some losses in the colony. But all in all, I'm really liking where we're at. I'd like our wealth to not go up much more. Needed a better builder to start. Yeah, that's another thing. I would prioritize building a little bit more. You got to have someone who's good at shooting. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do anything with a single pawn. And if you don't have a high enough building and you wind up botching stuff early on, you really wind up crippling yourself early game. Just a few botched constructions can mean that your starting infrastructure is just not good. So definitely, like I said, some stuff to learn. We're also going to get a slept in the cold debuff for a little while because it's getting chilly in here. All right. I am going to change my mind on all of this. Let's close that door. Because even though it's nice to have this really freezing in here, it's dramatically affecting the temperature in here because our people tend to want to go into the goddamn fridge. I often talk about, because I play Oxygen Not Included as well as Rimworld, and they're obviously very different games, but they're both colony builders, so there are things that they share similarities with. One of the things I'd like to have in Rimworld that's in Ani is door privileges. So you could click on a door and say, these people are allowed in and out of the door. Now you could do that with zoning in Rimworld, but then you've got to have all these different zones, and you wind up with like 1,000 zones here, and you're like, which people? And then you can't really like just click drag to get everybody to the right spot. So it would be cool, because what I would wind up doing is we'd leave those doors forbidden unless we were doing combat and we need to get in and out of there. And this door would basically be forbidden except for 1 or 2 people so that they could bring in the stuff. It'd also be better if we could set this up as an airlocked door with a space in between. That would preserve our temperatures on both sides a little bit, but materials and space are 2 things that we're in very short supply with. So not going to overly worry about that at the moment. Can anybody else help with planting? Humph and Barb are on it, but Grump's a level 3. I guess we could... I don't want them to botch harvesting. Now, I'm going to switch the smoke leaf back to rice for now. Yeah, best viewers. You know what? Banned. I'm not a fan of bots. I like my bots because they help me with stream, but spam bots that come in and, you know, try to promote stuff, and you never know. Like, at the best, that's a bot trying to get you to buy something they're selling. You know, at the best, it's aggressive advertising and door-to-door salesman style stuff done digitally. At the worst, that could absolutely be an invasive program. Like, you go to, like, click that link to be like, oh, maybe I will check out, like, maybe I could advertise with them or get new viewers, however. And then you click on the link, and in the background, some script runs and downloads a virus or some, like, backdoor Trojan into your system. And so there's just... we all deal with it across the board, so I think all of you have seen it before. It's the reason we don't allow links in chat. We have members that have tried to share some stuff and be like, hey, you know what, Barb, I want to get you... While you're on Catharsis, let's have you mine, Barb. That way we can actually get some materials. If we could get that whole plasteel node mined, we might be able to get outer walls. I'm happy that we've gotten it out to here, because when it was over here, this door was not... Like, this door is going to be a lot more useful for door juking now, because they'll have to come around this corner or this corner. This door was our main point for dealing with the Devourers last time, because the Devourers coming around this corner couldn't see this door, and as soon as the Devourers came around this corner, we could pop open this thing and get a few shots off before they got close and we had to close it. So I'd like the other doors to have some of that same utility. Now, the reason I didn't replant Smoke Leaf is we've got 14 joints. We really shouldn't need more than 14 joints. Also, let's take a look. We've got 6 cloth, but we've got... Okay, we'll let this cloth come in, but we're more or less just going to switch back over to food because Barb went on that food binge. Okay, I was like, did I miss the notification that our trader got to their location? Nope, they're just almost there. Alright, what kind of assault rifle did we get? Excellent. That will do. Grump. Let's get you into an assault rifle real quick. And that means we can go into smelt weapon, do that. Now, metal-wise, we've got 84. I'm going to make another gun. I know that sounds crazy, but bank should be bringing back some steel. And no, we don't have any more steel left on the map, but I'm way more concerned about getting weapons on board than I am about anything else at the moment. Can I interest you in some children's clothing and organs? Where'd you get those organs? Don't worry about it. Don't you worry your pretty little head. All right, Insanity Lance is kind of at the top of my list. You can't have too many good offhands. Every time we get a new pawn, I want to make sure they have something in their offhand. Like I said, I'd love to just buy the Berserk Pulse and have it on deck, but we really can't afford to have wealth that's not doing anything. The Soothe Pulsar, though. The Soothe Pulsar. Given that most of our fights are endurance fights, I think I might go with that over the Insanity Lance. Alright. Let's say we snag the Soothe Pulsar, right? Then let's check out our steel situation. Can get 84 steel and a Soothe Pulsar. I'm going to say that's probably a good deal right there. Now, he'll come back with, like, you know, 180 bucks, but we can send him right back out the door. And Sanity Lance is over $1,000. Now, this pawn doesn't have great social, but the reason we're using them is because of the Body Mastery. It doesn't cost us anything in food to send them out here and do this. All right. Let's accept that trade, and I saw Dread Leather at the bottom because we were going to ditch this off map. It's a single thing. It's not even about wealth, because I'm fairly certain like one Dread Leather is not going to make or break our wealth. It's more or less about inventory space in our base. If we have one piece of Dread Leather sitting on a shelf, it's space that could be used for something else. So we're going to do that. That wood that came in, we have 15 wood now. What is the cost on a on another plant? 20. I might bring back the fiber corn at one point here or another, just because if we can get a couple of more wooden plant pots, you know, just from growing a little fiber corn, we might be able to beauty up the place a little bit more. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we are on a Friday, as I'm sure everybody is aware. I'm going to take a quick drink of my beverage here. So, I do stream on Saturdays, so we'll be live tomorrow. We've got about another hour left in the stream today, but I will be live tomorrow, noon Pacific Standard Time. For reference, it's about 5 p.m., just shy of 5 p.m. by a couple of minutes right now, my time, so hopefully that gives you reference. If you want to come back, please come back. We love having you. It's a good time with more people. And so tomorrow, we're going to be doing some work on our current playthrough of Hollow Knight. I bought the game back in November with the intention of doing a playthrough. I saw a video by Game Maker's Toolkit, and I saw Squiddy playing it a bit, and I was like, this is a solid game. I wanna get this. Do we want to do any more Psychite? I'm going to let the Psychite roll, just because it's a good mood manager, and if we get a little bit more, I'd be comfortable selling a couple of them out the door. As it stands right now, I might sell 1 or 2 joints. Also, I want to check on something. Are you guys holding? Is everybody holding joints? Because I do think in our drug policy, we tell everybody to hold stuff, right? All right, so we tell everybody to hold a beer, a Psychite, and a penoxycycline, which we don't have, so let's also let them hold a joint. And is anybody carrying the things that I want them to carry? You're carrying pemmican. Don't carry pemmican. Everybody is carrying pemmican. Oh, that's right, that's right. They're carrying the go juice because I want them to have go juice in case of emergencies. Let's double check on that now. You're going to carry 1 go juice. I think there's only 3 slots. So go juice, psychite, beer, and we'll do that. If we do get penoxycycline at one point, we'll worry about that then. But for now, let's not concern ourselves with stuff that we don't have. Come on, let's get Killer going. Killer, I want that gun. I know you got to sleep, but let's get that gun going. So what I was saying is tomorrow we're going to be working on our playthrough of Hollow Knight. I start at the same time every day, Monday through Saturday, noon to 6. Saturdays is our wild card day is what I've been calling it. We were playing the Myst series, great puzzle game from the 90s. 1 through 3 were really good. 2 was a little rough for me because I was going through a bout of pneumonia after recovering from a surgery while we were doing that. I think if I hadn't been sick, it would have been more enjoyable. It was a little bit of a grind. There were definitely some parts I was like, ugh. So, but 1 and 3 were awesome. I think overall 3 was probably my favorite, although 1 is always going to have a special place in my heart. They're more or less tied, I think, 1 and 3. 2 is number 2 on the list. We stopped getting towards the end of 4 because I just really didn't like the way they were going with the puzzles. They felt a little bit disjointed. Felt like they really were just kind of just throwing puzzles in and not really worrying about them linking together. Like the puzzle we stopped playing on, there was no way to go back into the world and look at stuff. You were just there to solve the puzzle. And it was more or less, do you understand how conversations progress? Because we need you to put this conversation together. Got a little bit of cotton. I think I'm going to do a round of heal root in this one, just to get us a little bit more medicine on deck. We've been exclusively buying our medicine, so it would be nice to be able to grow some of our own, even though it's not the best. What do we got? Wasters have set up a camp and are harassing caravans of the Broken Dominion. Pinocchio is planning an aerial assault on the camp, which is guarded by 4 wasters. She wants to provide 6 soldiers. No, you can't have more than half of my colony to go fuck around. Deal with your own problems. Like, it doesn't even matter what the rewards are. If we get raided while that quest is active, we lose. You know what I mean? Alright, Soul. That gets you into an assault rifle. I think we make Grump a shooting specialist after this. Is anybody else better off with a nerve spiker? Not really. Okay, Grump. Time to get you... Wait, where's Barb? Hang on. Let's let Barb do her thing up here for a hot second. Because this plasteel means everything to our base. Love you too. Welcome back. Ish. We brought on a new recruit, Grump, over here. They had a bad heart, but luckily we had yanked one out of a child that we didn't want to deal with. Tortured artist, 11-year-old with this, like, garbage stats. I mean, obviously their stats have to level up over time, but God, that was a terrible pawn. We've been making money and trading. Your pawn has had a couple of food binge breaks, but we've let her do it so that when she gets the catharsis, we could have her get some work done. All right, we'll let Barb eat, and then we'll make Grump another shooting specialist here. Grump and Soul can both be renamed if anybody wants to name a pawn using a point redemption. All right, there's your food, Grump, my boy. Let's get you into being a bullet slinger. We'll have everybody go, just, you know, for the possibility of a mood buff. If it goes badly and everybody gets a mood debuff, I'm going to be sad, but picking out is my favorite hobby. Me too. I love food. Big fan of food. I don't think anybody dislikes food, but successful roll change. People are getting a snack. How long does Barb still have on her catharsis? 11 hours, so we'll probably stop her from mining. Did she actually finish a chunk up here? She did. So let's put Julie on this. Julie. I kind of can't wait to make Julie a vampire. 4.2 days. Alright, what do we got in plasteel? 212. So work has been getting done. Alright. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. And then that is where we're at. Holy shit balls. Actually, we don't have a lot of steel, so... schedule, we're going to put you back on work because you are now off of catharsis and have been having mood breaks. So let's keep you closer to home. Hopefully you have drugs in your pocket. Yeah, okay. Got so close to outer walls. How much steel do we have? 24. Not even enough for a door, but we're bringing back some steel. We need to make 3 doors. We need 75 steel. I think we're coming back with like 80 or something like that. Oh, I would really, really love to get up those last couple of walls. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let Barb back on area 1. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a little focused because I'm excited right now. We are like 1 hall away from finishing our walls, I believe. All right, so that's 31 plus the 2 we have, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Arrgh! Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Yeah, we're winding down here. Last hour of the stream, I'm kind of just focusing down on finishing up our goals. I think at the beginning of the week, I was literally like, if we could just get our outer walls done this week, I would be super happy. Barb is about to break again. You know what? Let's just let it be. Let's just let it be. I need this plasteel. And then we will take her off of mining. Or take her off of going up there. Tell me you're drinking a beer. Drink the beer first. And then drink the tea second. Then you can feed yourself. I know I'm confident our drug schedule will help a lot, but before she breaks, let's make sure we micro her not breaking. That is the power of drugs right there. And we should be able to get our last 2 bits in here. Those 2 bits there. How far away is bank? Come on, bank. As soon as we can make those walls, I want those doors. I want those doors made. Okay, starting to feel better about our situation here. Starting to feel better. Not feeling great yet. Not until those doors are in. Plus, this will give them a bit of an outside area, so maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to maybe we'll be able to not have the stuck inside debuffs now that we have a larger area for them to I mean, they've been allowed to go outside, but I don't know. They just don't always do it. Ooh, chem fuel. Shit, okay. Forgot to micromanage that. Okay, what are we going to make our chem fuel out of this time around? I think we're going to have to do a couple of batches with human meat, unfortunately. Also, let's butcher up that Arctic wolf. Okay, Photoshop is refueling the generator. Good job, Photoshop. Social fight. Mila flagrantly disrespected Photoshop Expert's appearance. This drove Photoshop Expert into a rage and she began to fight. Okay, who's getting arrested? Who is the better mood? Because our 2 social pawns are standing right there. Darkness, insulted, minor pain. Photoshop is better at taking the mood hit, so... Wait, Photoshop has got a roll. Mila does not. Okay, we're gonna arrest Mila. I'm not trying to have our colonists beat each other until they lose limbs. You know what I mean? Bruise on the foot took away half of the durability of that foot, so Yeah, neck bruise at half of the durability. Almost got decapitated in a fist fight. Idiots. Alright, we're going to have to do a little bit more of this action. Actually, I'm just going to do one and see where our chem fuel is at. I never remember how much comes from each batch of chem fuel. Come on, bank. I need you to get back. $49. Yeah, one more. We can turn off this. $84. We'll stand there for a hot second. So anyway, you guys kind of get the choice. Does Nether play on a faster speed, get a lot done, or does he play on a slower speed and run his mouth? You mostly got the latter for this this stream, but I am trying to just knock a few things out now that we've got the opportunity to do so. We've got a pretty decent team. We've got a decent number of weapons. Still got 26 components. I like not dying. Yeah, not dying is a good thing. Having up plasteel and uranium walls is very nice. Means we've got a lot of durability for our builders to get there on time. When we're doing door swapping, we just need bank to get home. We could theoretically make the doors out of a different material, but we don't have enough plasteel to make a door. I don't want to send Barb out to mine now that her catharsis is over. And steel opens a little faster, if I remember correctly, so... It's not the highest durability thing in the world. It's only 160, so it is a weak point. But as soon as we get a chance, we'll try putting in some double door action. See if we can make the double door, double wall. See if we can make this place a little bit more secure. Once we get a little bit more building material, we can start working on this scanning array setup that I want to do. And once we get this up, that'll also provide supports, and we can start incorporating... this into the core base. It's we're a long way off from having a fully secure compound, but we're getting there. How's this rice doing? 98% grown, 98% grown. Just keep an eye on that rice patch in the nutrient paste dispenser. If we could not use more meat for nutrient paste, I'd like that, but we're basically out, so... %98. Okay. Let's get a little meat in there. Alright, we're getting there. Where? I don't know. Bank, where the hell are you? Let's get you back here, bud. Quick, 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 quick. Quick like a bunny. I am not from Canada. I say bud and buddy and stuff like that all the time. I more or less get it from media. One of the places I get it from is Invader Zim. there was this episode where he was looking for a best friend, and he found this character named Keith, and Keith was an absolute freaking crazy person. I loved it. It was so great. But there's this one scene at the end where he calls Zim after Zim was like done with him, and he's like, Keith, I told you your services would no longer be needed. Oh, hang on a second. And the phone's ringing, and Keith's on the other line. And he's like, hiya, buddy. You're going to love the circus. And I've been calling people buddy and saying you're going to love the circus ever since. I know Barb loves it when I say that. But it's directly from Invader Zim, so... I'm not worried about our food, but I would like to be a little less worried about, if that makes any sense. Like, we're not in a bad place for food, but those food binges that Barb went on dipped into our supply a little bit. Meditating outside. Sure, why not? There's the Soothe Pulsar. Come on, guys, we got this. Come on, just build. Build, 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 build. Okay. We finished this outer wall. I would love to have another, like a buffer on this side, but we're in a way better spot right now than I would have ever thought we'd be. What the shit? I don't even know how to function right now. Like, we've actually got a pretty decent sized team. We've got 11 people, two of which are vampires. One is a melee vampire. The other one's our leader. We've got a ghoul that we've been managing to keep fed. How long until Humph can make somebody a vampire? Gene's regrowing. So can you... No, you can't. Oh, man. So I was wrong about the days. Wait a second. Oh, 16.8 hours. I thought that said 16 days or 16 years or something. I was like, huh. I thought that was sooner that it was going to come up. So in 16 hours, we can make Julie a vampire. Man, the progress is real today. I'm very happy with what we're doing. I'm grateful for everybody who's come in with the raids and stuck around and chilled with us here. Today has been a really great day, both for gameplay and for conversation and meeting new friends. If Smurf and Ben are out there, thank you so much again from the bottom of my heart for bringing your communities here and trusting them with me. I hope I've lived up to the expectation of being a decent person. If there was that expectation, I do expect it from myself, but again, thank you. Thank you to everybody who's still hanging out. We're going to go a little bit longer here and see what we can do. I'm honestly tempted to end a little early, but not before we make Julie a vampire. 7.2 hours from now. I think we might do that. Maybe we'll get Julie vampired up, and then we'll call stream early before a horrible train wreck happens after a good day of progress. I don't usually end streams earlier. I'm more often I go late, but I did stay up till 4 in the morning last night. So let's just see what happens over the next, you know, couple of minutes here. Do we have anything we could send bank out with? We've got 38 of that. We've got 6 of that. Not really. Now, I'm not always, like, I'm not the type of person that makes everybody a vampire all of the time. I will generally try to look for very specific traits for my vampires that work in step with things. Usually, if I'm on a map that has an anima tree, we look for a natural meditation, high melee, tough type of pawn situation. Let me double check the genetics, triple, quadruple check the genetics if there's anything we don't want for Julie. I mean, all of these things are good other than aggressive, and we don't need the strong melee. I mean, aggressive and Tinderskin and Pyrophobia. Like, there are some negatives to being a vampire, but not ones that we're having too much trouble mitigating. I think getting rid of her scars is well worth it. Okay, so where is Julie? Julie is over here. Julie, come here. Humph, come here. First things first, we're going to have Julie drop her jump pack for now, because we can give that to somebody else. Yeah. And then Humph, I want you to implant the genes into Julie. And that is our third vampire. Let me make sure that we don't have... No, we cleared that, but let me just... I want to be sure we don't accidentally smelt Julie's bolt action. That's been doing us well for a long time. Anybody not have an offhand? You don't have an offhand. Who do we need to have mobility? Like, who do we need to have mobility more than anything? I think most of the pawns that need to have mobility have it. Alright, so... For now, I'm just going to give... Wait, Photoshop? No. For now, I'm going to give Grump... I'm going to forbid that gun until Julie wakes up. I'm going to give Grump the jump pack, but I might change my mind on that later. I reserve the right to alter my opinion on what's good. Julie is in a xenogermination coma for 2 days. Did we got Barb death rest, we got Humph death rest, but they're about to go down again. So I think waiting for Julie to get up before we put Humph down is the way to go. Why are you upset? Minor pain. Gene loss shock for 2 days. Okay, that makes sense that you took a hit. Slept in the cold. Temperature should be coming back up because it's not as cold outside. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. How long is 2 days worth of time? Yeah, you know what, guys? I never do this, but I feel really good about the day's progress. I want to leave off on a high note. We finished our outer walls. Julie is a vampire now, so her scars are going to get fixed up. We brought on a new pawn or two. We've done some trading. Most of our people have reasonably decent guns. Some of them have some pretty good guns. Our food situation seems to be well in hand. More or less, we're just in a really good spot. So let's call it a half hour early. Again, I never do this, but like I said, let's leave on a high note. Let's see who's streaming. See if we can go share some love around there out in the world. You know what? Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. A lot of people streaming. So who do we do here? Let's go bug Julie. Uh,
So they could be.
we've been talking about Julie a lot. She just became a vampire. So let's go show real life Julie some love. Her kitty looks to be causing some chaos on stream. So she's playing Oxygen Not Included, which is another colony builder. Very different than Rimworld, but has some similarities. So we'll go say hi to Julie and her wonderful kitties. It's been an absolute blast hanging out with y'all. Again, I'll be live again tomorrow. We're going to be doing Hollow Knight, and thank you for letting me hang and do this. Like, this has been wonderful. You guys have yourself an amazing night. I got to go run a couple of errands, but then if you see me on Discord later, feel free to pop in and say hi. I'll probably be chilling, talking, playing some Dyson Sphere program. Take care of yourselves. Be well. I'll see you again soon.